I'm starting with economics, especially because uh, economics as such as a subject is very important for prelims, and majority of the questions that come in economics are a mix of static and current affairs. And every year you have around 18 to 20 questions from economics. Okay, out of that you will see majority of the content. If you are revising current affairs properly, automatically your static revision is done. Okay, if you are doing economics current affairs comprehensively, then okay, so our strategy would be the same. We will try and break down broadly economics into the broader uh, sort of sections. First, obviously based on the importance that UPSC gives in its papers, highest importance for monetary policy and money, all the money market instruments वगैरह, you will see UPSC shifting from banking to money market. Okay, that is a major shift, and majority of the questions are coming from these sections. Then we'll go to the fiscal policy wala section. Then we'll try and cover growth, development, unemployment, poverty, inflation, all those topics. Okay, post that we'll be going sector wise. That is, uh, firstly in the primary sector we'll cover agriculture, mining, right? Secondary sector, that is manufacturing, and then tertiary sector mein services and infra. So broadly we will be covering the whole of economics current affairs in this way. Okay, I hope this broader structure of classes is clear. I am doing this in this way so that it will help you learn in a structured way. First, the changes in monetary policy, fiscal policy, all the macroeconomic data, growth, development. Okay, and then going on to the specifics of every sector so that you are able to understand the impact of these changes on these particular sectors. Okay, yes, trying to make it as comprehensive as possible. So I believe this will be enough, and trying to make it only relevant and specific to exam. Okay, sure. So let's start. Again, I would request everyone to not sort of spam the chats now. We'll try and revise, and once you have any doubt to the particular specific topic under discussion, only then make sure that you type in the chat box. Okay. So let us start with the first section, that is monetary policy banking wala section. First topic to cover is the RBI surplus transfer to government. Okay, see, in the past 5 to 6 years, this has been a very important topic. So I am categorizing this as a contemporary topic. Why? Every year it is in news, especially from 2019. What happened in 2019 was that there was a marked shift in the policy that government followed with respect to these surplus transfer, and this you can see it in this graph as well. Till 2018, financial year 2018, the amount transferred and the amount transferred after 2019 has seen a significant increase. Why has this significant increase happened? That is because government wanted extra source of revenue, which it will not sort of show on the budget side, and yet get extra money to finance its deficit. And hence government brought in something known as economic capital framework based on the recommendations of Bimal Jalan committee. What is this economic capital framework? This frameworks tell how much amount needs to be transferred to the government of India from RBI in a respective year. Okay, now this, in order to calculate this amount, it gave a formula known as the economic capital framework. Now, how is it calculated? So broadly, the money to be transferred to RBI will be equal to the total income of RBI minus the total expenditure. Okay, this is nothing but profit of RBI, right? Profit of RBI. From this, you minus something known as a buffer. Okay, this buffer will help you will help you have revenues during the down cycles. It will help you have money for the counter cyclic economic measures. Okay, and Bimal Jalan committee had recommended this counter cyclic buffer to be something around 4.5 to 5.5%. So of the total income on profit of RBI, and if you subtract this buffer from the profit, the rest money you have to transfer it to the government of India, and hence you will see the amount being transferred has increased substantially starting from 2019, as is visible in this particular graph. And last year, that is in the financial year 2024, the RBI had transferred 2.1 lakh crores, and this year it has transferred around 2.7 lakh crores. Okay, so it is something important. You have seen questions on RBI in the previous years. You had a question on appointment of RBI governor. You had another question on with respect to which of the functions are included in RBI's function as lender of last resort. So RBI is one of the favorite themes of UPSC. Again, very much in news, so you should be aware about it. Now, one change that government has done with respect to this recommendations of Bimal Jalan committee is with respect to this contingent risk buffer. Now, the committee had recommended 5.5 to 6.5% range as a contingent buffer. The government has revised it to 4.5 to 7.5%. So from the profit, if you minus this much buffer, whatever money is left, you will be transferring it to Government of India. And this transfer is ruled by Section 47 of RBI Act. Okay, so this is something that is under the RBI Act itself, Section 47 of RBI Act 1934. So remember this. This is a function given within RBI Act. So if there is a statement saying that the surplus transfer from RBI to Government of India is backed by statutory obligation, so it would be a correct statement. Okay, so I hope this formula of calculating is clear, and the amount for this year is 2.69 lakh crores, around 2.7 lakh crores. Okay, broad ballpark figure. Now we have seen that this would be calculated from the profits minus buffer, right? So you must know all the sources of income of RBI. Broadly, if you look at the sources of revenue for RBI, it would be foreign currency assets, whatever dollar, whatever SDR, whatever gold reserves RBI has, the prices of that fluctuate. And if there is the value of dollar increases, automatically the asset increases, leading to more profit for RBI. Similarly, domestic government securities, whatever government securities RBI invests in, it gets some return, it gets some interest. That is another source of revenue. Then lending operations, we have seen repo operations being done by RBI, lender of last resort. So it will take some interest rate. That is another source of revenue. Then there is something known as signorage. Now this signorage is nothing but the difference between the face value of a note and face value of currency, and the amount spent in printing that currency would be calculated as the profit of RBI. Suppose there is a 100 rupees note. Okay, there is a 100 rupees note. The value of this is 100 in the currency in circulation. But in order to make this note, RBI had to spend 12 rupees. So the profit here of RBI would be 88 rupees. So that is also calculated in the profits of RBI. That is known as signorage. Plus, apart from this, RBI also takes part in forex and gold trading and commissions for all the functions that it provides for central and state government. So these are a few sources of revenue for RBI, and from this, once you minus the expenditure and minus the contingent risk buffer, you get the amount to be transferred to central government. So this was the first topic with respect to RBI surplus transfer. Okay, now moving ahead, if you look at the next topic that we need to cover is this topic of small finance bank. Now why is it in news? Small finance banks are in news because recently AU Small Finance Bank was given approval to convert into universal bank. Okay, so there are two static concepts to cover, that is small finance bank and universal bank. Small finance bank come under the category of niche banking. Okay, so the banks established for a specific purpose. Now small finance banks are established for a couple of purposes. A, to serve unbanked regions, right, especially your rural areas, right, and ensure that the credit is available for people who are not being able to get credit from scheduled commercial bank or other financial institutions, right? So in short, it is for financial inclusion of unbanked regions. So if you have to create a smaller bank, automatically the requirements or the rules for it would also be a little bit lenient. So the capital requirement for a small finance bank would be such that the minimum paid up capital would be 200 crores only, right? And there are some, again, obviously there will be some rules. Why? Because we need to follow the function and establish or achieve financial inclusion. So what are the rules? That 50% of the loans must be small ticket loans, that is less than 25 lakhs. That is why small finance, name small finance, because the loans, 50% of the loans are less than 25 lakhs. And then 25% of the branches should be in unbanked rural centers, which will automatically lead to what? It will lead to financial inclusion, right? Now these financial small finance banks also have PSL targets, priority sector lending targets. There was a change in the PSL targets of these small finance banks also. So that is also one of the important current affairs to cover. Earlier, 75% of their loans of the ANBC would have gone to priority sector lending. Now this has been reduced to 60%. Okay, so I believe everybody is aware about these priority sector lending norms, right? And again, we'll again revise those norms also in short. So keep that in mind, that these small finance banks have to give 60% of their uh, net bank credits, okay, adjusted net bank credits, as your priority sector lending. Now how will this 60% be calculated? We all know that PSL norms for banks is around 40%, right? So the 40% would go for the given particular targets. Like for agriculture it is 18%, for MSME there is some percent. So all that targets would come under 40%, and the rest 20% the bank has liberty to give the credit again to the priority sector lending list only. Okay, so earlier it used to be 75%, now it has come down to 60%. Same with respect to urban cooperative banks. So earlier urban cooperative banks had 75% as the target for priority sector lending, which has reduced to 60%. Keep that in mind. Okay, so again let us revise the static part, that is PSL norms. PSL norms came in 1970s, okay, under Banking Regulation Act, and they are applicable to whom? They are applicable to commercial bank, foreign banks, regional rural banks, small finance banks, urban cooperative banks, okay, but they do not apply to non-bank financial corporations. NBFCs are excluded from the PSL norms. Now there is a list of all the sectors which will get loan under PSL norms, and for every type of bank there is a certain target. For example, domestic commercial banks and foreign banks with more than 20 branches have the target of 40%. 40% of their adjusted net bank credit will go to priority sectors. Then RRBs have 75% target. Small finance banks and urban cooperative banks have 60%, like we saw, which earlier used to be 75%. Now it has changed to 60%. So keep that in mind, that small finance bank and urban cooperative banks PSL norms reduced to 60%. Now, if you look here, foreign banks with more than 20 branches, it is 40%. What about the foreign banks with less than 20 branches? Anyone aware about the PSL target for foreign banks with less than 20 branches in India? Type in the chat box. What is the PSL target for foreign banks with less than 20% branches? Correct. So for less than 20 branches also it is 40%. Okay, but here these categories are different. Out of these 40%, 32% should go for export promotion. Okay, export related debt. Keep that in mind. Rest. So even for less than 20 branches, foreign banks with less than 20 branches, it is 40% only. Okay, so this is one type of niche banking, that is small finance bank. Okay, another type of niche bank is something known as payment banks. Okay, now if you look at payment banks, everybody must have used payment bank in their day-to-day life. Okay, so payment bank is again a niche that is serving a particular purpose and was established on the recommendations of Nachiket Moore Committee. Again, the same aim to promote financial inclusion. These are digital first banks. Okay, major thing to remember for payment banks is that they do not give loans. Okay, when they do not give loans, automatically PSL norms will not be applicable for them. And secondly, with respect to the deposit that they are taking, there are certain limitations. That is, they can accept deposit up to 2 lakhs only. Okay, they cannot give loans and issue credit cards. Okay, but they can sort of give third party products like mutual funds, insurance, or loans of other scheduled commercial banks. Okay, now, because payment banks are not giving loans, automatically their CRR and SLR requirements will also be different, right? These credit rationing for payment banks would be different because loans are not given, right? Hence, if you see that these payment banks have to adhere to CRR norms, but SLR are not included. In fact, they would be investing some amount, that is 75% of their amount, in government securities or T-bills. Okay, so they have different CRR and SLR norms. Out of the total deposits that they have, 75% should go to government securities or treasury bills, and rest 25% they can deposit in other scheduled commercial banks. Okay, I hope this is clear. Nachiket Moore Committee of 2014 that established payment banks. Now in India, there are 6 payment banks. Okay, there are only 6 payment banks in India. If you are aware, a few payment banks that you use in day-to-day life, one is Airtel Payment Bank, another is your Paytm's Payment Bank, right? Another is the Geo Payment Bank and Indian Post Payment Bank. These are a few that you use in day-to-day life. If you are investing in stock market, you also use the NSDL Payment Bank. And the sixth or the last payment bank left is the Fino Payment Bank. 6 payment banks in India, out of which for us Indian Post Payment Bank is important because it is a government entity 100% owned by Department of Post. Okay, so it is 100% owned by Department of Post, started in 2018. So we all know, because of e-commerce and because of digital revolution, the work of posts, Indian Post, is reducing, and hence government is trying to incorporate the existing structure of posts into another forms, and Indian Post Payment Bank is one of the initiatives where again deposits up to 2 lakhs can be taken, and these postal payment banks are being used for direct benefit transfer. They have 3 types of accounts: Saral, Sugam, and Safal. Okay, keep that in mind. 3 types of accounts in Indian Payment Bank are Saral, Sugam, and Safal. So the aim is doorstep banking, because Indian Post has a massive network of post offices across India. They are using the physical infrastructure for digital banking, and hence establish the Indian Post Payment Bank. I hope it is clear. Okay, so niche banking, Nachiket Moore Committee. Keep that in mind. That is important. Niche banking is Nachiket Moore Committee. And one thing to keep in mind here is that the exact opposite of niche banking is the universal banking approach. Okay, universal banking approach, or something which is also known as the cafeteria approach of banking, where a bank provides multiple different services. For example, if you take the example of ICICI has all the banking facilities, deposit taking, loans. Apart from that, it also has asset management company, right? It has wealth management as a sector, investment banking, merchant banking. So all these also ICICI has its own ICICI Prudential Insurance, right? So if all these are being given, it is a cafeteria approach where you get everything, and hence it is known as universal banking. Okay. Moving ahead, the next topic, again, one more type of niche banking is regional rural banks. Okay, like we saw, small finance bank, then payment banks are niche banking. Similarly, regional rural banks are also these niche banking. Now the name itself suggests regional rural bank. So these are for financial inclusion in rural areas, right? Now they were established under the RRB Act of 1976. Keep this in mind. RRB Act of 1976. Earlier, the number of RRBs was more. Now, government is trying to reduce the numbers following the principle of one state, one RRB. That is, every state will have a single RRB. And you saw the fourth phase of RRB amalgamation recently based on recommendation of Dr. Vyas committee. Okay, fourth stage of RRB amalgamation, which reduced the number of RRBs to 28. So presently there are 28 RRBs. And one thing to keep in mind is that these 28 banks serve 26 states and 2 UTs. Out of the states, the 2 states that do not have regional rural banks is Goa and Sikkim. Okay, Goa and Sikkim are 2 states which do not have any regional rural banks. So one state, one RRB is the principle that we are following. And following that principle, we have reduced the number of regional rural banks to 28. Now, these regional rural banks have played a very major role in sort of financial inclusion. If you look at the numbers of these regional rural banks and the number of sort of branches that they have, there are around 20,000 branches of regional rural bank across 700 districts, more or less 100% districts of India, and 92% of these branches are in rural or semi-urban area. So you can see the importance of these banks in financial inclusion in India. Now, the basic static concept of RRB, if you are aware, RRB ka ownership structure is very unique. RRB are owned by 3 people. One is central government, second is the sponsor bank, and third is the state government. If you look at the ownership pattern, the central government owns 50%, the sponsor bank owns 35%, and the state government owns 15% of the regional rural bank. Okay, so these are not private banks, these are combination of sponsor bank, central government, and state government with 50% stake with central government. Okay, their major purpose is financial inclusion, work in rural areas, and they are banks. Okay, they are banks, so will be regulated by RBI, right? They are working in rural areas for financial inclusion. Rural areas में agriculture के related credit दे रहे, that is why they will also be supervised by NABARD. Okay, keep this in mind. So again, like we had seen, the PSL targets for RRB is 75%. Okay, so 75% of their A and BC should go to the priority sector lending norms. Okay, so only RRBs today have 75% limit. Earlier, small finance banks and urban cooperative banks also had the 75% limit, which has reduced to 60% now, like we saw before. Okay, so these were a few types of banks, niche banks, 3 types of niche banks we saw. Now comes the next topic of non-banking financial companies, NBFCs. Non-banking financial companies perform one function of banks, that is giving loans, but they are fundamentally different from banks. How are non-banking financial companies different from banks? If you compare banks and NBFCs, a few functions of banks are not performed by these NBFCs. First is with respect to demand deposit. Okay, demand deposit. Banks can accept demand deposit, but NBFCs cannot accept demand deposit. There are certain NBFCs that can take time deposits. Keep that in mind. They are classified as deposit taking NBFCs. So time deposit, certain NBFCs do take, but demand deposit is not allowed. Okay, they are not a part of payment and settlement system. They are not part of payment and settlement. Banks are part of it. NBFCs are not. Okay. Then with respect to deposit insurance, whenever you park your money in any bank, your money is insured by the deposit insurance guarantee corporation up to 5 lakhs. I hope everybody is aware. But for the deposit in these deposit taking NBFCs, that is not insured by these deposit the deposit insurance under DIGC. Okay, and if you look at the reserve ratios, that is CRR, SLR, banks have to follow it, but NBFCs do not have to follow it. Okay, but like we saw, there are some deposit taking NBFCs, so they will have certain CRR or SLR norms. if you look at the deposit taking NBFCs, for them CRR norms are absent, but SLR norms are necessary for deposit taking NBFCs. So these are a few basic differences. Because they are not a part of payment and settlement system, they cannot issue checks. Okay, I hope everybody must have read that these NBFCs cannot issue check. That is because they are not a part of payment and settlement system. Now NBFCs, so core role of NBFCs is to provide financing and asset financing for different purposes. And in India, NBFC financing is majorly seen in the sector of uh, infrastructure. Okay, so a little bit off topic discussion before we start into detailed discussion. We all know NPA was a major concern for Indian economy, right? NPA was a major concern for Indian economy, where banks were giving loans, and these loans were becoming NPAs. The companies that were taking loan and were not able to pay back these loans, their balance sheet was also looking bad, right? So this was called something as a twin balance sheet issue. Okay, twin balance sheet problem, and this term was coined by our former chief economic advisor Arvind Subramaniam. Okay, so this was a twin balance sheet crisis of Indian economy. Later on, what happened in 2019, 2021 around, there was a famous NBFC by the name of IL and FS. Okay, IL and FS, famous for its infrastructure fundings, that went bankrupt. Okay, that failed. So later on, what happened is that these NBFCs also started to face the problem of NPA. Okay, NBFCs also started to face the problem of NPA, and the infrastructure companies that took loan from these NBFCs also had a poor balance sheet because they were not able to pay back these loans, right? When these companies are not able to pay back these loans, automatically they will become NPA, right? So this problem of twin balance sheet in Indian economy further developed into something known as four balance sheet problem of Indian economy. Okay, so keep this concept in mind, four balance sheet problem, where four balance sheets are in trouble. First is that of banks, second is of companies. Because companies are not able to give back loan, their balance sheet is their balance is disturbed. This company is unable to pay back loan, becomes NPA. NPA leads to banks balance sheet becoming bad. Similarly, with respect to infrastructure companies unable to pay back loan, bad balance sheet leading to NPA, leading to NBFCs having bad balance sheet, leading to a four balance sheet problem of Indian economy. This particularly started with the IL&FS crisis. IL&FS was a very big NBFC which had around 90,000 crores in loans. Okay, and post the IL&FS crisis, you see government and RBI taking measures for NBFC regulation. So all the news that you will be reading from now with respect to NBFC regulation comes with this context of IL&FS crisis and the four balance sheet problem in Indian economy. I hope it is clear. Basic concept of NBFC is clear. Key differences from bank, we have seen this, right? And why do you think these NBFCs have this problem that they are having higher NPAs than bank? Because there is something known as asset liability mismatch in NBFCs. Something known as asset liability mismatch. Now, what is this? What happens is that for NBFC, their asset is the loan that they give, right? But they cannot take deposit, obviously. So when where is the money coming from for giving this loan? It is coming from banks, right? This bank deposit, the loan that they are taking from banks is the liability for a particular NBFC. What happens is that you will see when NBFC is taking loan from banks, it is taking it for short term. Okay, that is 5 or 10 years, while it has to fund long term projects, while it has to fund long term infrastructure projects. So the loan that it is giving is for 30-40 years, right? So suppose a NBFC is taking 10 rupees as a loan from SBI for 10 years and giving that 10 rupees for a infrastructure company which will pay it back over 40 years, automatically there will be something known as asset liability mismatch, and this is a major issue causing crisis in NBFC sector in India. And hence you see severe regulations coming in for NBFC. And one such step by RBI was this scale based regulation framework. Okay, what was the scale based regulation framework? Earlier RBI did not regulate NBFCs very thoroughly. So now in the scale based regulation, what is RBI doing? It is making sure that it is dividing different types of NBFCs into 4 different categories. The base layer with little regulation is the NBFCs with asset size of less than 1000 crores. The middle layer is the NBFCs with asset size of more than 1000 crores. Then comes the upper layer. Upper layer are the NBFCs that are systematically important. What does this term systematically important means? Systematically important means that if this NBFC fails, it will lead to crisis in other NBFCs or crisis over across the whole economy or across the whole sector. These are systematically important, and these systematically important NBFCs will have some extra regulation. And then comes the top layer, which is certain systematically important NBFCs which have higher risk. Okay, they will be under the top layer, which will have even more regulation by RBI. So this is the 4-level scale-based regulation framework of RBI. Now the name might be complicated, but it is very simple. Less than 1000 crore base, more than 1000 crore middle, and which is systematically important comes under upper layer, and systematically important plus has risk comes in the top layer, and automatically the regulation ka intensity increases from base to top layer. Okay, so this is clear. Like in banking sector, we have seen that the systematically important banks are also regulated. Now you must have read the terms DSIBs and GSIBs, right? Domestic systematically important banks. These are banks whose asset size is more than 2% of GDP, right? In India, you have 4 banks, HDFC, ICICI, SBI under this DSIBs. Okay, these are domestically systematic important bank. Matlab, they are too big to fail. Similarly, in NBFCs, the systematically important NBFCs are the NBFCs. If they fail, they will lead to a crisis in the whole sector, and hence they have been categorized under these 2 layers of upper layer and top layer and have higher regulations by RBI. Okay, so this is the scale based regulation. Now comes a new sort of regulation, that is self-regulation organization for NBFC. Now post IL&FS crisis, RBI and government realized that we need to regulate the NBFC sector. Now RBI obviously will have certain restrictions for regulating these NBFCs, right? So what it did, it also started to recognize certain industrial bodies to bring in self-regulation. So what is the self-regulation organization? It is nothing but when different industries or different NBFCs come together, form a body and start to regulate their own sector, it is self-regulation. And recently, the body by the name of Finance Industries Development Council was given the status of self-regulatory organization to oversee NBFCs. So it is again sort of self-censorship. Okay, it will act, this body will act as a two-way bridge between RBI and NBFC sector. It will regulate NBFC sector and will help RBI in regulating NBFC sector. Okay, and hence it will establish ethical behavior, provide mechanism to resolve disputes and grievances between members. So it is a self-regulatory member. Just remember the name, Finance Industry Development Council. Okay, Finance Industry Development Council was given this self-regulatory organization for NBFC ka status by RBI recently. Okay, now like we saw, this NPA is a problem for both banks and NBFCs. So we need to read about NPA also. What is this NPA? NPA, everybody knows the static concept. NPA is nothing but when a person or a company is not paying either the interest or the base principal amount for 90 days or more than 90 days, it is categorized as NPA. Okay, so non-performing asset. It is called asset because it is a loan is an asset for bank, and it is not performing because it has not paid back for the last 90 days, neither interest nor principal. So it is non-performing asset for if it is more than 90 days. Now, if it continues the non-payment for 12 months, it becomes substandard asset. Okay, this substandard asset is up to 1 year. From 1 to 2 year, if that is for the next 12 months, again there is no payment, it becomes doubtful asset 1. From for the next 2 years, that is third and fourth year, again if there is no payment, it becomes doubtful asset 2, and from fifth year onwards it becomes doubtful asset 3. Now for every this successive doubtful asset or substandard asset, the bank has to make certain provisioning. So like I discussed, first it would be NPA, right? NPA for 90 days, up to if the payment is not done for more than 90 days. Post NPA it becomes substandard asset, right? That is not payment, no payment, NPA for 1 year. Then it becomes doubtful asset 1, doubtful asset 2, and doubtful asset 3. When it becomes doubtful asset, 100% of the loan amount needs to be provisioned by the bank. That is, it has to keep aside this amount, 100% of the loan amount, as provisioning for that particular loan. Okay, that is, bank is saying that this money will not come back, so I am keeping aside this much from my from my deposits, so that if this loan goes waste, I have that much buffer for me, which will not affect my day-to-day operations. That is what this hierarchy of doubtful assets, standard assets is. Okay, so moving ahead, apart from that, NPAs mein a few important things that are there is that in order to if you look at the number of NPA is reducing in India, which is a good sign for overall economy, overall macroeconomy. NPA in public sector banks had increased to around 4.5% in 2019-20. It is down to 0.5% in 2025. That is the gross NPA. Okay, which was high as 6%. Net NPA was as high as 6% in 2018. So keep this in mind, it is following a downward trend. Now in order to recover these NPAs, okay, the bank will obviously make effort to get back its money. There are different methods. First is the SARFAESI Act. Everybody must be aware of this SARFAESI Act. Right, SARFAESI Act of 2002. Now this is in news because there was a recent amendment in the SARFAESI Act. Now before looking at this amendment of the SARFAESI Act, let us know about what is this SARFAESI Act. SARFAESI Act, everybody must be aware about the full form. SARFAESI is nothing but securitization and reconstruction of financial assets and enforcement of security interest. Now, if you know the meaning of each and every word, automatically the purpose of this act or the goal of this act is clear. The word securitization, what does it mean? Securitization is nothing but converting your loan or converting your asset into a marketable security. Suppose I am taking a loan over my home loan. Okay. Now, once I am taking a loan over that home, and if I am not able to pay back that loan, what will the bank do? It will convert the home into an sort of security, marketable security, which it can sell to any other investors. So securitization is nothing but converting asset into marketable security. Then comes reconstruction of financial assets. What is this reconstruction? Suppose the home loan that I have taken, I'm not able to pay. So what the government does, if the bank does, is it takes the home from me, converts it into a, suppose I'm saying a Airbnb or anything, and tries to recover the money, right? Or reconstructs the loan. It says that if you're not able to pay the 2 crores, pay 1.5 crores. So it is reconstructing the financial assets. And lastly is the enforcement of security interest. Now you need to know the meaning of the word security interest. Security interest is nothing but it is a legally enforceable claim. That is, it is the right of the lender to seize and sell the assets. Okay, so it is right of lender to seize and sell asset. Okay, so like I said, if I'm not able to pay my home loan, what will the government, what will the bank do? It has the right to seize the home and sell it to someone else. So if you look at the very meanings of this word, securitization, reconstruction of financial assets, and enforcement of security interest, you will know the purpose as well as the mechanism of SARFAESI Act. So what is the purpose of SARFAESI Act? To ensure that NPA, the money that the loans or assets that have become NPA, the money is recovered. How will this recovery happen? By three methods: enforcement of security interest, that is direct seizure of the property and selling of the asset, or asset reconstruction, that is the NPA is given to some asset reconstruction company, and in that asset reconstruction company gives the security receipt, or securitization, that is converting that NPA into marketable security and selling it to investors. So these are the three methods of SARFAESI Act to recover the loans. Now, one thing to keep in mind here is that there are certain exemptions for the these mechanisms to be enforced in few loans. Firstly, agricultural land cannot be seized and sold under SARFAESI Act. Makes logical sense. Why? Because government is very sensitive towards farmers, right? So if farm loan is not given, automatically the bank might come and sell off the asset, which is very bad for the farmer, right? So agricultural lands cannot be enforced, cannot be seized and sold under this act. Similarly, for unsecured loans, obviously there is no security, right? Then what will the bank sell? What will it convert into security, securitization, right? Then small loans less than 1 lakh rupees obviously make sense. People who are like taking loan of less than 1 lakh rupees are already in dire need of finances, and if you come behind them with all such laws, it will not make sense. And if the outstanding due is less than 20% of the principal and interest, so even then you cannot apply this SARFAESI Act. Matlab majority, around 80 or more than 80% of the loan and interest has already been paid off, so it does not make sense to take over the assets and sell them off. So this was the basic purpose of SARFAESI Act and the three methods of under SARFAESI Act. Now government has brought certain amendments to this act. Okay, again, not the specific amendments not important, just some technical changes, but because it has been in news, I just tried to cover the static as well. The next way of recovering NPAs is IBC, that is Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. Okay, I believe everybody would be aware, because it is a code. It is nothing but various laws being sort of combined and being prepared. So IBC came in 2016. Like the name suggests, it is Insolvency Bankruptcy Code. Okay, so what happens here is that there are two ways of resolution. Okay, broadly, IBC has two ways of resolution. One is CIRP and second is PIRP. Okay, now if you look at CIRP, majorly everybody is aware about CIRP. What happens here is that, suppose I am a company, CIRP stands for Corporate Insolvency Resolution Procedure. Okay, so if I am a corporate and I have taken a loan, I'm not able to pay it back. So someone, either my creditor, okay, or a person whom I owe money, goes to the applies under IBC. Okay, now this application would be either with NCLT or DRT. DRT is Debt Resolution Tribunal. If it is a corporate, obviously it will go to NCLT. DRT is for your individual loans, while NCLT is for the company loans, company and LLPs. Okay, so this will accept the application. It will further appoint some insolvency professionals. Now these insolvency professionals, what will they do? They will come to my company, take over the company, try to run the company, or if they see that they are not able to run the company, there are very fundamental issues in the company, they will prepare a sort of a plan for resolution. Now this plan goes to the committee of creditors. Committee of creditors is nothing but all the banks from whom I have taken the loan and the people for whom I still owe the money. These committee of creditors will come, look at the plan prepared by insolvency professional and vote on it. So if they accept it, they need to vote at 2/3 majority, that is 66%. Okay, if they are able to, if they accept the plan, then the new debt resolution plan comes into play. If they reject it, what happens is that it goes for liquidation. That is, the assets are sold off and whatever money is come is given back to the creditors. This is for CIRP. Now the time frame for CIRP is 180 days, okay, which can be extended up to 300 or 330 days, and all the process is overseen by IBBI. Okay, this is the overall IBBI is uh, looking overseeing the process. Now the second type of resolution under IBC is something known as PIRP. This is pre-packed insolvency resolution process. This was introduced in 2021 amendment, so it was not a part of original IBC. What is this PIRP? Here creditor is not going directly to NCLT or DRT. What happens is that the creditor and the debtor, that is me and all my creditors, we sit and prepare a plan on our own and then go to NCLT or DRT and say that we have come to this plan and we want to establish, we want to try and see if this happens. And ultimately, the basic difference between CIRP and PIRP is that here in CIRP, like we saw, they appoint insolvency professionals to run the company. That is, the creditors are in control. So it is creditor in control model. While here, what happens is that before going to the NCLT and DRT, the creditor as well as the debtor, they have come and made an agreement, hence the name pre-packed insolvency resolution. And here the debtor himself is in control. That is, if it is my company, I will only run the company, but I will run it as per the agreed terms and conditions. So the basic difference is that here creditor is in control in CIRP, while in PIRP the debtor is in control. I hope the basic difference is clear. Okay, now here this is majorly for MSMEs and loans up to 1 crore rupees. And obviously, because the plan has already been made, the time limit is less, it is 120 days. Okay, so broadly, this is insolvency bankruptcy code. This is what you need to know. Again, all of it has been included in the infographic. Go through it. So key bodies involved: IBC Board of India, that is the regulator, IBBI, like I said. Then you have the NCLT. NCLT is for corporates and LLP, and DRT is for individuals and partnerships. Then insolvency professionals. Insolvency professionals are one who come and prepare the plan. Okay, so this is another way of trying to resolve the NPAs. Then comes another way, that is bad bank or AMC. I hope everybody is aware about it. Bad bank, as the name suggests, this is a bank or a financial institution that sort of buys bad loans. Okay, it buys bad loans. So if you look at the bad banks or asset management companies of government, you will see that there are two major things, major companies that you should be aware about. One is NARCL and second is IDRCL. Okay, NARCL was established by budget 2021-22. Okay, and what is its function? It is a bad bank and this is an asset management company. So if you broadly see the function, okay, suppose there is an NPA. Some bank has an NPA of 1 crore rupees, that there was a small firm which had taken some loan from the bank to start a new manufacturing facility and of 1 crore, and it is not able to pay back the loan. It becomes NPA. So now bank want it off their balance sheet. So what happens? NARCL comes in. Okay, NARCL gives this money to the bank. Out of this 1 crore, only 50% goes as cash and 85% goes as security promise. Okay, and takes this loan, that is the asset, and then transfer it to IDRCL. Okay, now this functions as asset management company. That is, it will take over this MSME and try to rerun it, try to see whether it is able to rerun it, bring it back to life. If it comes back to life, automatically from the operations, it pays back this money to NARCL. Okay, and if it is not able to run the company, what it does is it goes for liquidation. Whatever money it is getting, it pays back to NARCL. Getting the point? So there are two steps in this process. First is the bad bank, that is buying the NPAs from banks so that the NPAs are off the balance sheet of bank. And then comes the asset management company, IDRCL, India Debt Resolution Company Limited, where this will manage the asset, that is the underlying asset of the loan, and make sure that it is trying to recover as much as possible. Now the basic difference here is that here in NARCL, majority is owned by public sector banks, that is 51% is owned by public sector bank, but in IDRCL 51% is owned by private banks, okay, and 49% is by public sector banks. It is the difference. Keep this in mind. Okay, I hope this another method of recovering NPAs is clear. Okay, now so broadly we have seen the banking, RBI surplus transfer, different type of niche banking, issues with banks, that is NPA as well as NBFCs, NBFC regulation, and then ways of recovering NPAs broadly. Okay, I hope it is clear. Now comes another important topic that is in news, that is the RBI ka Reserve Bank integrated ombudsman scheme. Now this is in news because there have been certain reforms. Now before reading the reforms, you need to know about this scheme. This scheme, integrated ombudsman scheme, came in 2021, which sort of integrated three different schemes. The three schemes that were integrated were Banking Ombudsman Scheme of 2016, Ombudsman Scheme for NBFCs of 2018, and Ombudsman Scheme for Digital Transaction of 2019. So one nation, one ombudsman was the principle followed here. Okay, so all the schemes were compiled into one scheme, that is Integrated Ombudsman Scheme, and this Integrated Ombudsman Scheme is again sort of reformed in 2026. Now, what is this scheme? Ombudsman is nothing but sort of a grievance redressal body. So if you have any complaint against the body and the grievance is not redressed within the bank, you can go to this ombudsman. Now this ombudsman has certain power, that is it has the power to award compensation up to 20 lakhs. Now in the 2026 changes, it has been increased to 30 lakhs, and it also has the power of compensation up to 1 lakh, okay, for the complainant's time, expense, and mental distress or harassment. So this is sort of the meta grievance redressal body of Indian banking system. The changes will be applicable from 1st of July 2026. There are two major changes. One is centralized receipt and processing center to streamline all the so it is a centralized center to streamline all the complaints and processing. Okay, and secondly, this limit of 20 lakhs compensation has been increased. Okay, I hope it is clear. Now one more reform, one more thing that RBI does in order to regulate banks is the prompt corrective action, PCA. Now this PCA framework, again this is in news because urban cooperative banks have been brought under PCA. Okay, urban cooperative banks have been brought under PCA framework. Now what is this PCA? Prompt corrective action is to ensure that banks do not have more NPAs. It ensures that banks are financially viable. Now in order to ensure that banks are financially viable, it will track certain sort of indicators. First is the CRAR, capital to risk weighted asset ratio. What is the CRAR? CRAR is nothing but the formula for it is tier 1 capital plus tier 2 capital divided by risk weighted asset. That is the core of core capital of the bank divided by risk weighted asset. This is one thing that the RBI tracks. Second is asset quality, that is net NPAs. Then you have the return on asset, that is profitability of a certain bank. If that is also reducing, it is also sign that there might be certain bad loans and it is time to observe this bank. And then comes the leverage ratio. Again, leverage ratio is your tier 1 capital upon the total risk weighted assets. That is nothing but how much sort of capital you have to sort of provision your loans. Okay, these are the four indicators that decide the trigger of prompt corrective action. If prompt corrective action PCA norms are bank comes under PCA norms, there are certain conditions on the bank, like they cannot expand to newer areas, they cannot give loans over certain limit. Okay, those are technical details that are not necessary for us. Okay, so these are applicable to commercial banks, okay, as well as NBFCs. Now urban cooperative banks have also been brought under it. Now you see, like we saw in NBFCs, because NBFC ka there was a failure of NBFC sector post ILNFS, NBFC regulation has increased. Similarly, with urban cooperative banks, you will see urban cooperative bank का भी regulation बढ़ते जा रहा है because of crisis in urban cooperative banks. Okay, you must have heard about the PMC crisis, Punjab and Mumbai cooperative bank crisis, right? After that, you saw the banking ordinance, banking resolution ordinance of 2020, where urban cooperative banks ka regulation was increased, and ultimately today they are under the PCA norms. And because of this increasing regulation on urban cooperative banks, you had a question in 2020 prelims with respect to urban cooperative banks. They are regulated by state registrar of cooperatives. This was the first statement, remember? And then urban cooperative banks were brought under the regulation of RBI as per the amendment of 1966. This was another statement which is the correct. So earlier urban cooperative banks were regulated by state only, but they were brought under RBI regulation by the 1966 amendment. Keep this in mind. Okay, and in recent years you are seeing increasing regulation of RBI on these urban cooperative banks. Okay, then comes the topic of co-lending. The name, as the name suggests, co-lending is two institutions are lending for the same purpose. Normally co-lending is between a bank and a NBFC. Suppose I want a loan of 10 crores. Okay, now the bank says, yeah, you are not eligible for a loan for 10 crores. So a particular bank, suppose I'm saying SBI, gives me a loan of 5 crores, and a NBFC, any NBFC, I go to that NBFC and take another 5 crores. So two institutions are funding a same project, that is they are co-lending, they are cooperating in lending, that is co-lending, right? Now there have been certain changes with respect to this. Firstly is that with respect to co-lending norms, out of these two institutions both should have at least 10% exposure. That is, if I am taking a 10 crore का लोन, इन दोनों में से किसी एक का, मतलब दोनों का more than 1 crore should be the exposure, that is more than 10%. Secondly, with respect to PSL norms, suppose I am taking this 10 crore for MSME, which is eligible for PSL, priority sector lending. Okay, if I am taking it for priority sector lending, MSME, which is under PSL, then it will be reflected on the PSL claims of both SBI, that is both the banks. Okay, keep that in mind. And it should be, there is something known as universal asset classification. That is, if SBI classifies my loan as NPA, automatically the other institution should also classify it as NPA. So the asset classification would be uniform across different lenders. Okay, I hope it is clear the concept of co-lending. Again, it is not necessary that one will be bank, another will be NBFC. It can be two banks or two NBFCs also, right? Now another thing is now broadly banking wala things that were in news are covered. Now we will be moving ahead to the money or currency side. Okay, currency mein a few things that have been in contemporary news have been cryptocurrencies, bitcoins. Then you have stable coin, CBDCs, e-rupee. So broadly, we'll try and cover all of them. Okay. So stable coin, again, one of the most important things for this particular year, because US has recently passed an act by the name of Genius Act. What does this Genius Act stand for? Genius Act is again guiding and establishing national innovation for US stablecoins. Now, what are these stable coins? Stable coins as a concept, they are cryptocurrencies only. But in cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, Ethereum, there is no underlying asset. In stable coin, there is some underlying asset. Okay. Matlab, the price of this is pegged to gold or any particular currency, that is stable coin. Now, this Genius Act allows the issuance of stable coin indexed on US dollar and US treasury bills. Okay, this is the purpose of this Genius Act. Now it allows for stable coins to come out that are pegged to dollar or pegged to US treasury bills. Now there are various famous stable coins that are pegged to dollar, like there is something known as USDT. You would be aware about. Okay, then there is also something known as USD1. Now the story of this USD1 is very sort of interesting. If you are aware, recently in current affairs there was a news with respect to Pakistan and US sort of collab over crypto, right? Now there's a US famous company by the name of World Liberty Financials. World Liberty Financial, this is owned by Trump family. Now it has invested a lot in Pakistan, and Pakistan has sort of made sure that it comes up as a crypto destination for US, especially by taking favors from President Trump. And this World Liberty Financial came up with its first stable coin, USD1, which is pegged with US dollar. And in order to help this stable coin, you see this Genius Act being brought in. Getting the point? I hope it is clear the backstory of this USD1 coin, Genius Act, and cryptos. Now, basic. I believe everybody is aware about the basics of crypto, right? Crypto may, you all know that crypto may it is based on the blockchain technology. This is decentralized ledger, right? So here there is no underlying asset. The price is based on purely demand and supply. Okay, because the supply is very limited, the there is a restricted number of bitcoins. Automatically, the price is increasing. You also do not know the main founder of this Bitcoin. There is a person by the name Satoshi Nakamoto. Okay, Satoshi Nakamoto. Now, nobody knows who this person is. There was a report yesterday itself by New York Times that the famous scientist Adam Grant is Satoshi Nakamoto, which he has rejected today. He says that I'm not Satoshi Nakamoto. No one knows uh, who this Satoshi Nakamoto is, and hence there is a lot of apprehension against this idea of cryptocurrencies because there is no underlying asset. There is no centralized agency which will ensure that the value of this crypto will not increase or decrease. Hence, you are seeing different innovations like the one that we saw, stable coin. Then there is something known as CBDC, central bank digital currency. Now, CBDC is nothing but a digital version of your physical fiat currency. That is the rupees that we have, that if it is circulated only in the digital form based on blockchain technology, it would be CBDC. RBI is doing pilot project of it. Okay, so these CBDCs are broadly classified into two. One is wholesale. It is designed for financial institutions and intermediaries. मतलब RBI and बैंक के बीच में ही transaction होगा, उसके बीच में वो लोगों तक नहीं आएगा. And second one is retail CBDC. That is, you can also transfer these CBDCs. Okay, they are just the digital version of your country's fiat currency. So they are using both the benefits of cryptocurrency. Okay, that is blockchain technology, ease of transfer. Okay, no middleman, वगैरह. But there is also regulation of prices because of the central authority, that is RBI in case of India. And hence, for this, RBI has launched something known as e-rupee. Okay, this is under pilot project. India's CBDC. Like we saw, one of the major advantages of cryptocurrencies is what? It is no middleman, right? Easy transfer, easy cross-border transfer, and hence, in order to achieve these benefit of cryptocurrency with regulation of government, there is something known as Project MBridge in news. What is this Project MBridge? Project MBridge is nothing but it is multi-central bank initiatives to develop cross-border payment platform using central bank digital currencies. Okay, matlab they will use their own central bank digital currencies and ensure that they are transferring the money easily without any difficulty, without any intermediary. Like for example, in today's international transaction, you need Swift as an intermediary. There is something known as Swift number. If this project Mbridge is successful, automatically these CBDCs would be transferred without an intermediary. Now, this is between the central banks of China, Thailand, UAE, Hong Kong. India is not a part of it. Okay. Now, related to this similar sounding concept, e-rupee, there is something known as e-rupee. What is this e-rupee? It is nothing but it is sort of a token. Okay, it is not a cryptocurrency. It is not a currency. Keep that in mind. E-rupee is a token. It can be used offline, sort of a coupon code which will help you get a specified service. For example, instead of giving, suppose government is saying that we will give everybody 100 rupees to buy 2 kgs of rice. Now, instead of giving 100 rupees and then the person going and buying rice, which will lead to lot of leakage, the person is given coupon, okay, a code, and that code can be used only for that specific purpose, right? That is, if you show that code in the PDF shop, you will get that much rice. Okay, that is the purpose of e-rupee. It can be used offline. It is developed by NPCI, okay, on the UPI platform. And remember, it is not a cryptocurrency. Okay, it is a prepaid digital voucher. It is a prepaid digital voucher. I just covered it because the name is similar, e-rupee and e-rupee. It might be confusing, but keep that in mind. Okay. एंड इट कैन बी यूज ऑफलाइन एज वेल. कूपन कोड है तो आपको टेक्स्ट पे भी आ सकता है, जाके आप दिखाओ, उसके बदले जो भी आपको प्रोडक्ट है, प्रोडक्ट स्पेसिफिक, पर्पस स्पेसिफिक है, दैट विल बी getting. Yes, it is like a gift card, right? Okay, now one more important thing for us with respect to money and digital transactions is UPI. Again, innovation of India, very much sort of celebrated across the world. We all know it was established or launched by NPCI in 2016. It is a real-time digital payment transaction. There are different variants, something known as NPT UPI 123 Pay. It is for feature phones, मतलब non Android, non iOS phones, जो basic डब्बा फोन होते हैं, उसमें भी you can use UPI using this UPI 123 Pay, and UPI Lite, which is for offline transaction, sort of a digital wallet where you keep money, and from that it is debited, which can help you in offline transaction, and you always you do not need to put in your UPI code on every transaction. That is UPI Lite. Okay, now recent changes, UPI maximum per transaction has been increased to 5 lakh rupees, and 24-hour limit has been increased to 10 lakh rupees. Okay, one thing that is important for us with respect to UPI is the global expansion of UPI. Okay, global expansion of UPI. I believe UPSC has also asked a question on which countries are included in UPI, right? This year 25 ke prelims mein. So you should be aware, at present there are 8 countries: France, UAE, Singapore, Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Mauritius, and Qatar that are under UPI. And this global expansion is directly not seen by your NPCI. It is by a subsidiary of NPCI, that is NPCI International Payments Limited. This is a new company that is established within NPCI to look after this international expansion of UPI. And one thing to keep in mind, recent Prime Minister visit to Namibia, where Namibia has signed a licensing agreement to adopt UPI system, and it will become first African country, Namibia. Okay, important. Okay, and in order to again use the UPI platform and help in cross-border transactions, cross-border remittances, the NPCI is trying to collaborate with UPU, that is Universal Postal Union. So UPI UPU integration project is also in news. That is for cross-border remittance transfer. Suppose someone's son is earning in USA and he wants to send the money. Okay, now he has to send it through the banking route. Through this UPI UPU integration project, he can directly send it through the UPI app. Okay, these are a few global expansion projects of UPI important for us because UPSC has already asked a question on it. Now the static of it, that is NPCI. NPCI established under Payment and Settlements Act of 2007. It is an initiative of RBI and Indian Banking Association. Keep this in mind, RBI plus Indian Banking Association, Payment and Settlement System Act of 2007. Now one question here, is this a statutory body? Type in the comment box, is NPCI a statutory body? So people who are saying NPCI is a statutory body, you are mistaken. While it is established under Payment and Settlement System Act of 2007, it is not a statutory body. It is established as a company. Okay, keep that in mind. It is registered as a company and not a statutory body. It is a company, corporation, not a statutory body. So with respect to the payment and settlement system, NPCI operates your UPI, IMPS, Aadhaar enabled payment system, Bharat bill payment system, okay, FASTag, National Financial Switch, okay, check transaction and e-rupee that we saw. So all these are done by NPCI. Now, if you look at the famous three sort of transaction systems in India, that is NEFT, RTGS, and IMPS for banking transactions. Like we saw, IMPS is controlled or seen after by NPCI. NEFT and RTGS come under RBI. Okay, these are also instant transfers. Okay, these are also 24/7 available. Then what is the difference between NEFT and RTGS? Normally, RTGS is used for larger amounts because here the minimum requirement is 2 lakh rupees. Okay, while here there is no minimum requirement. Okay, this is the basic difference. Keep one thing in mind. NEFT, RTGS are under RBI, not under NPCI. Okay, rest all are under control of NPCI. Now comes the topic of Payment Regulatory Board. Now this is important because this has been constituted recently under Payment and Settlement System Act, same act of 2007, and this is a statutory body. What is its function? Like the name suggests, it is a regulatory body of payments. So it will oversee and supervise all the payment and settlement systems across India. And it will replace the earlier system of Board of Regulation and Supervision of Payment and Settlement System. So it will replace the earlier one, and it has been given the statutory status and composition of 6 members. RBI governor will be the ex officio chairman, and the tenure is of 4 years, and they are not eligible for renomination. Keep this in mind. Major function kya hai iska? To supervise all the payment and settlement systems across India. I hope it is clear. Payment and settlement system in India. Okay, so majorly all the topics of money and banking are finished here, that were important for us for the upcoming prelims. Now we will be moving to the fiscal policy. Okay, so should we continue or take a break for like 5 minutes? So now comes the topic of fiscal policy. See here I have tried to incorporate only the factual part of budget, a few budget estimate wala facts. Again, we will be doing budget in thorough detail in a separate class. Okay, so here I just wanted you to make sure that you are aware about ballpark figure. Again, do not rote learn these figures. Okay, you should only know the concepts. Okay, what is revenue receipt, what is capital receipt, what is total receipts, then what is effective capital expenditure, revenue deficit, effective revenue deficit, fiscal deficit, and primary deficit. This year you had 2 questions where you had to calculate all of this. Hence you need to know the concepts. Now budget, I believe everybody is aware, article 112 of constitution, right? Budget is article 112, okay, which says that expenditure should be given in capital and revenue distinction. Okay, here you need to know a few definitions of a few deficits that are important. What is a budget deficit? First basic concept, budget deficit, like the name suggests, it is your expenditure, total expenditure minus total revenue, right? After budget deficit there is something known as revenue deficit. Like the name suggests, total revenue receipt or total revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt, right? Then you have your effective revenue deficit. Effective revenue deficit, what is it? It is nothing but your revenue deficit minus grants for capital asset. So in the revenue deficit, again you are subtracting the grants that are given for capital assets. So effectively that is the revenue deficit. Then you have the concept of fiscal deficit. I believe everybody would be aware of it. Fiscal deficit is nothing but total expenditure minus revenue receipt plus non-debt capital receipt, right? This is your fiscal deficit. See, so if you look at broadly budget, you have your receipts and expenditure, right? In receipt you have revenue receipt and capital receipts. Similarly in expenditure, revenue expenditure and capital expenditure. In capital receipts there are debt creating and non-debt creating. So if you see this formula of fiscal deficit, total expenditure is already included. This is the part of it. Revenue receipts are a part of it, and non-debt capital receipts are also part. So what is left is your debt. Hence, your fiscal deficit shows your borrowing. Okay, fiscal deficit is nothing but the amount of money that you are borrowing. Getting the point? Out of the whole of budget classification, only your debt is left. That is what the result is after you solve this equation. Okay, then you have primary deficit. Primary deficit, very easy. Primary deficit is nothing but fiscal deficit minus interest payment. Okay, so here you get the primary deficit. So these are the formulas that you should be aware about. Again, the broad ballpark figures, if you are aware about it, well and good. Even if you are not able to root learn them, not necessary, just go through it. Now one thing to remember here, that you should be aware about the broader trends in the economy, especially with respect to macroeconomic indicators like your fiscal deficit, debt to GDP ratio. And if you look at the trend in current economy, we are moving towards fiscal consolidation. What does fiscal consolidation mean? Fiscal consolidation is nothing but we are moving towards reducing the deficit and ensuring that most of our money is going is coming from non-debt. Okay, so fiscal consolidation is there. How are you able to see this? You are seeing a consistent drop in the fiscal deficit. It was 4.4%. Currently it has the budget estimates it to be 4.3% of the GDP for the 26-27 year. Okay, so for 26-27 year the budget estimate is 4.3% for fiscal deficit. Okay, then debt to GDP, if you are aware about debt to GDP ratio, Debt to GDP is nothing but total loan upon of central government, and if you are calculating it for central government and upon the GDP. If you look at it for central government, the debt to GDP ratio is 55%, okay, which is down from 56%, which is a sign of fiscal consolidation again. And the broader target is to reach the debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus minus 1% by 2030. Okay, if you are aware about encasing panel, encasing panel had recommended the debt to GDP for both center and state to be 60% of GDP, of which center would be 40% of GDP, state would be 20% of GDP. If you recall, there was a question asked by UPSC also, where UPSC did the classic trick of interchanging this, that center has to bring it down to 20% and state has to bring it down to 40%. If I can recall correctly, it was a 2020 question. Okay, so broadly you should be aware about this. So fiscal consolidation, and in order to bring this fiscal consolidation, we have something known as FRBM Act, right? So FRBM is also important, that also will be covering. Make sure that you go through this pie charts. Where is the rupee coming from? Where is the rupee going to? If you see, the highest amount, highest receipt is from the borrowing and liabilities, okay, which is 24%. Then you have money coming from income tax, then from corporate tax, then from GST, and then from non-tax sources. Where the rupee goes, obviously if borrowing is the highest, automatically something related to that would go highest up after state share. You have the interest payment as the highest, because your borrowing is of highest, automatically interest payment will also go high. Then comes your central sector schemes, okay. Then you have the defense sector around 11%. Then you have finance commission and other transfers, centrally sponsored schemes, and then major subsidies of 6%. In these major subsidies, if you look at the breakdown, your food subsidy has the highest weightage. So the hierarchy is food more than fuel, which is more than fertilizer. I hope it is clear. Okay, so this is how your subsidies are being spent. Okay, so go through these pie charts once. It will give you a broad idea as to how, where the government is earning from and where it is spending on. Okay, now a few minor topics. Again, like I said, budget will be covering in a different lecture totally. Okay, specifically on a budget, like I'll try to summarize it into 3 to 4 pages max. Important, whatever important facts are necessary for prelims. Okay, then comes Income Tax Act. Now this Income Tax Act will replace the famous or infamous Income Tax Act of 1961. So it is a major change in the income tax regime. Now with respect to this income tax regime, if you are aware, there were broadly two panels that you should be aware about with respect to income tax reforms. First is with respect to your direct tax code. Direct tax code, it was the Akhilesh Ranjan panel. Okay, Akhilesh Ranjan panel. And second was with respect to Tax Administration Reforms Commission, which is the Parthasharthi Shom Commission. Okay, these were two famous commissions or committees that recommended a few changes in the direct tax or specifically income tax regime in India. And this older 1961 law is being replaced by the newer Income Tax Act of 2025, which has also gotten the president's assent. Okay, so it came into effect from this starting of this financial year, that is 1st of April 2026. A few changes that they have made: they have brought in uniform terminology. They have replaced previous year and assessment year with one term, that is tax year. Earlier there were two concepts. One was the previous year. Previous year meant the year in which you have earned the income. Okay, suppose I am earning the income in the year of 2022-23. Then was the concept of assessment year. Okay, it is where this income has been verified or assessed by the income tax office. So what happens is that you file the income tax return ITR at the end of the financial year, right? So 22-23 ka financial year ka assessment is done in 23-24. So there were two different years. One was previous year and assessment year. This led to a lot of confusion. Now these two will be replaced by 1 year, that is tax year, concept of tax year, which will mostly sort of overlap with this concept of previous year, that is when the income is generated. Okay, so this is one of the major changes done. So that is unified terminology. Then you have TDS collection mein thoda bahut changes, again not necessary for us. Then you have new rules for MAT and AMT. MAT is minimum alternative tax, and change for alternate minimum tax. Now what is this concept of MAT and AMT? If you are aware, MAT, minimum alternate tax, is for the companies that show higher book profit, give dividends, but use different tax planning strategies and pay zero income tax or very little income tax. So what government did is that they brought the regime of minimum alternate tax, where the company has to pay flat 15%. Now this 15% was reduced to 14% in this year's budget 26. Keep this in mind. Budget 26 mein MAT has been reduced to from 15% to 14%. This is for companies that show book profit, give dividends, but pay very little income tax. Now another term is AMT, alternate minimum tax, like MAT but for individuals. So while MAT is for corporates and companies, AMT is for individuals. So individuals can go through this AMT wala regime. Now a few changes. Again, virtual digital asset, we know 2021 ke budget mein they had brought in taxation for virtual digital assets, that is cryptocurrency, NFCs वगैरह, NFT नॉन फंजिबल टोकन वगैरह को जो लाया था, that is the 30% in tax on these virtual digital assets and 1% TDS. These virtual digital assets have been comprehensively defined in the Income Tax Act only now. Okay, then there are also changes with respect to search and seizure. Now in search and seizure, that is in your income tax raid, normally only earlier physical assets used to be covered. Now digital assets also will be covered. So if you are hiding your money in cryptocurrency, they can take away your crypto wallet also in under season search and seizure wala raids. Okay, and then administration mein faceless administration. We all know faceless scheme had been brought for income tax, where now you don't know which assessing officer is assessing your returns. Okay, so what is this faceless scheme? Once you file the income tax return, this goes to the centralized system, and this randomly allocates to any of the assessing officers in India. Earlier, what was the system? Whenever you are filing the ITR, it used to go to your district income tax office only, and the assessment officer in that district were assessing it. So the assessment officer knew the person who is filing, and the person who is filing knew the assessment officer, leading to very high corruption in income tax filings. Right? To reduce this came the faceless scheme that is continued here. Okay, so these were a few changes. Now one thing important for us is the data of trend in tax receipt in India. Now this is the official government data. If you see with respect to overall tax to GDP, okay, there is no constant trend in the last 5 years vagera. You have seen ups and downs, but here so today it is around 11.2% of GDP. Okay, if you break it down, it is 6.9% of direct tax and 4.3% of indirect tax. Okay, so here there is a constant sort of trend, that is direct tax collection to GDP ratio is consistently increasing, and indirect tax to GDP ratio is consistently decreasing. Okay, but overall tax to GDP mein there is no consistent trend. Now one thing to think about, this divergence between income tax, that is in direct tax and indirect tax increasing, is it a good thing for economy or a bad thing for economy? What do you think? Having more direct tax than indirect tax, is it a good thing, good sign of economy, or bad sign of economy? Type in the comment box. So whenever the direct tax overtakes indirect tax, it is a good sign for the economy, because your progressive taxation wala regime is giving you more money than the regressive taxation. Because in indirect taxes, even the poor has to pay, while in direct taxes, it is only the rich that pays as to the as per their income. So it is a good sign. Okay, and you see this change from 2020, 21, 22, which is continuing. Okay, so moving ahead, a few terms related to direct tax and that have been in news. First is something known as buyback tax. What is this buyback tax? When a company buys back its own share, they have to pay certain tax. Okay, for example, suppose Mahindra and Mahindra is a traded company, and Mr. Anand Mahindra decides to buy certain shares from the open market. That would be considered as buyback. Now, why does this buyback happen? Because the company or the promoter knows that the company is doing well and in future the price might increase. Hence, they know, they already have certain data about it, and hence automatically they will invest in their own stocks if they feel that in the next quarters the performance would be good, which will lead to increasing prices of that tax, of that particular share. Hence, in order to negate the effect of this, the buyback tax is introduced. Okay, and it will be sort of uh, uh, taxed as capital gains only. Suppose, like I said, Mr. Anand Mahindra buys today, Mahindra buys back at 100, and in 2 quarters, because of the good performance and the data that he had about it, sells it at 150. The net gain of 50 rupees will be taxed as capital gains. Okay. Then comes securities transaction tax. Securities transaction tax is on the sale, purchase or sale of any security, be it your stocks, ETFs, futures and options. Okay. Now this is in news because it has been increased in this particular budget, especially for futures and options. No, so for futures trading, the securities transaction tax, earlier which used to be 0.02%, has been increased to 0.05%, and for options trading, okay, it has been increased from 0.1% to 0.15%. Now, why has it been done in futures and options? Because we all know futures and options is speculative trading. It is a zero sum game where you might lose out on your money. Hence, to reduce speculative trading, this is been increased, and this percentage is calculated on the value of total investment. Okay, it is not on the profit or loss, it is on the value. And then minimum alternative tax, we have seen it, budget has reduced it from 15% to 14%. Okay, so these were a few terms related to direct tax. Now coming ahead to indirect taxes, GS2 2.0, that is GST reforms that were introduced recently, important for us, also known as next generation GST reforms. Okay, the major reform was reducing the slabs from four slabs. You are down to two slabs of 5% and 18%, and the earlier slabs of 12% and the earlier slabs of 12% and 28% have been abolished. Okay, so there are only two slabs now, and there is another rate of 40%, which is specific demerit rate, which will be for luxury items and sin goods. Okay, so for tobacco or aerated drinks and even high-end vehicles, you have the 40% slab. Okay, so broadly in GST there are two slabs, 5%, 18%. There is also a 0% slab, but we do not consider it as slab, we call it as exempted. Okay, and then you have the 40% slab, also known as a demerit rate, where which is imposed on sin goods like cigarettes वगैरह, and you have on high end vehicles वगैरह. ठीक है, so this is another change. And then the third change is abolition of GST compensation cess. Like we all know, the GST compensation act of 2017 continued the cess for 5 years, where the states which lost revenues because of GST implementation were to be compensated. Now that has ended, and hence the cess has also been abolished. If you look at the gross GST collection in India before like 2020 and today, it has doubled in 5 years. So average GST collection per month in India today stands at rupees 1.74 lakh crores, around 1.7 to 1.8 lakh crores. Okay, and overall around 22,000 22 22 lakh crores in India. Okay, this is the gross GST collection. You can see how much it has increased. Same with respect to the number of taxpayers in India. Okay, I hope it is clear. Now, one thing to remember here: what are the things that are not included in GST? Not included in GST. So the easiest way to remember is a mnemonic peer. What is this peer? It is petroleum, electricity, alcohol, which includes industrial alcohol as well as alcohol for consumption, and you have real estate. Okay, even petroleum includes everything: petrol, diesel, aviation fuel, वगैरह. These are not included in GST. So remember the mnemonic peer. Peer is not included in GST. Petroleum, electricity, alcohol, and real estate. Okay. Then a few more changes. There is an establishment of GST 80, that is GST Appellate Tribunal. Again, we'll see it in detail further. One static thing to revise here is GST Council. GST Council under Article 279A, which was the Amendment Act. It was the 101st Constitutional Amendment Act which established this. This acts as the main decision-making body with respect to GST, with respect to changes in GST rates, वगैरह. Okay, and if you look at the voting patterns for this body to take decision, it needs 3/4 majority, that is 75% majority. And if you look at the weightage of votes, center has 33% weightage, 1/3, while states have 66% weightage. And hence, it is said that center has a virtual veto on voting in GST Council. Okay, I hope it is clear. Then the next topic of GST Appellate Tribunal, important because it has been established. As the name suggests, it is an appellate tribunal, so it will be a second appeal for taxpayers who have been affected by the decision of GST appellate body, or the first appeal. Okay, so if you have a dispute with any GST office, you challenge it to the office. If you do not get the decision as per you, you make the first appeal. Even then, if you do not get a decision in your favor, or something that you feel is unjust, so you go ahead to the GST 80. There is already for direct tax, you have Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. It is the corresponding body for GST. Income Tax Appellate Tribunal का corresponding body for GST is GST Appellate Tribunal. That much is enough. It was again fully operational since September 2025. There are a principal bench in New Delhi and 31 state benches. Okay, again composition वगैरह not important. Now important is the FRBM Act. Okay, FRBM Act of 2003, that was in news and has been important step because for uh, fiscal consolidation in India. Okay, now what is this FRBM Act and why is it in news? Firstly, it is in news because the CAG report said that there are certain inconsistencies or transparency issues in the government's compliance with FRBM Act. Now, what are these issues that this CAG has sort of flagged? Firstly, that there is high debt to GDP. Okay, while the encasing panel had told that the debt to GDP ratio needs to be reduced, currently the debt to GDP ratio, especially in 2021 year, was as high as 61% only for the state central government. Okay. Secondly, it also talked about the rising interest payments. Okay. Now, more than this, we need to cover the FRBM Act, the static part. Now, firstly, one would say, why is CAG auditing the FRBM report? It is because in 2012 there was an amendment that made CAG audit of FRBM compliance report compulsory. So this FRBM Act was introduced in 2003 to bring fiscal consolidation. Broadly, the targets are to bring down the fiscal deficit to 3%, debt to GDP 60%, 40% for center and 20% for state. Okay, the targets have been changed. They have been amended 4 or 5 times, and currently we have the target of 3% and 60% only. Okay, and this FRBM Act mandates 3 types of reports to be submitted by the government. The easiest way to remember these reports is FM cube. What is this FM cube? It is fiscal policy strategy statement, macroeconomic framework statement, medium term fiscal policy statement, and medium term expenditure statement. Okay, and the targets here is 3% of GDP as fiscal deficit, 60% of GDP as a debt to GDP ratio. Okay, then it also, there was an amendment in 2018 which gave birth to the escape clause. What is this escape clause? If there is a natural calamity or some extraordinary situation, the fiscal deficit target can move by 0.5% during extraordinary situations. What are these extraordinary situations? Like national security or act of war, natural calamity, collapse of agricultural output or farm incomes, fall in real GDP growth rate beyond a specific limit, वगैरह. These are a few valid triggers on which you can get a escape clause of 0.5% of GDP. So see, with respect to all these reports, right, Vikrant, your doubt is ki CAG report, obviously all the reports, if it is mandated by the act, CAG has to verify or audit all the reports, right? Now, whenever you look at these reports are submitted with a lag of 1 or 2 years, and once they go to CAG also takes a lag of another year. That is why you will see a lag of 3 to 4 years in auditing a particular report. Okay. Then moving ahead, another important topic on which a question can be expected this year, that is 16th Finance Commission. 16th Finance Commission, headed by Dr. Arvind Pangaria, has submitted its report for financial year 26-27 to 30-31. Okay. It has kept the vertical devolution of 41% constant. So vertical devolution, if you see, if you compare the vertical devolution, 14th Finance Commission had given 42%, 15th Finance Commission encasing led Finance Commission gave it to 41%, and 16th Finance Commission has also kept it same at 41%. This 15th Finance Commission reduced this from 42 to 41% because the JNK was converted from state to UT, so money needed for center or by the center increased. Okay, so here you saw that it reduced it by 1%, and that has continued even in the 16th Finance Commission. It also gave for local government, local body grants 7.9 lakh crores and disaster management grant of 1.56 lakh crores. Okay, one important thing to note here, it has discontinued these revenue deficit grants. Now these revenue deficit grants again were earlier again recommended by Finance Commission. We have read about them in Article 275 of Indian Constitution, revenue deficit grants. These revenue deficit grants are given to the states which have deficit in their expected revenue and revenue receipts and revenue expenditure. Now, what would be the logic to discontinue this? Obviously, if you are giving such grants, no state would have motivation to reduce the revenue deficit, right? What will the states say? That, yeah, even if I am not taking any steps to reduce the deficit, center is giving me this grant of revenue deficit, why would I worry, right? And hence this revenue deficit grants have been reduced. Okay, and this has given a like formula for horizontal devolution between different states based on these criterias. So again, a mnemonic or an easy way to remember these criterias is IPAD FC. What is IPAD FC? IPAD is income distance which has 42.5%. Then P is population of 2011. Now population of 1971 makes no sense. Earlier it used to be the 1971 census. So population 17.5%. Then you have A for area 10%. Then demographic performance 10%. Forest cover is 10%, and contribution to GDP is 10%. This is a new factor introduced. Keep this in mind. Contribution to GDP is a new factor introduced, and tax and fiscal efforts, which was introduced by 15th Finance Commission under the chairmanship of NK Singh, has been replaced. Okay, so IPAD FC, easy way to remember. Next, important thing to revise is the external debt of India. Broadly, India's total external debt is around $746 billion, which also corresponds to India's forex reserves. India's forex reserve is also around $700 billion. Okay. Now, a few good things about these external debt is that firstly, government external debt is less. Okay. Non-government debt accounts for 78%, while government accounts for only 22%. Secondly, the external debt to GDP ratio is 19%, which is also sustainable. Okay. Now, if you look at the terms of this external debt, 80% of the external debt is long term, while 20% is short term. Now, why is this a good signs? Because if you rely more on short-term external debt, you make your economy prone to external shocks, right? Hence, having less exposure to short-term external debt makes Indian economy resistant or decoupled with the external financial crisis. Okay, so remember this another term, decoupling of Indian economy. It is a keyword which you can use. Okay, decoupling of Indian economy with respect to the growth rate of international economy. You have seen international economy growth rate falling down, yet India remains one of the bright spots in world economy. Okay, now with respect to currency distribution, highest is US dollar, that is 54%. After that, you have rupee denominated external debt. Then you have the yen, Japanese yen. Then you have SDR, and then you have euro. Okay, so you can see, look at this pie chart and get an idea, which is also good thing. Rupee denominated debt is around 31%. Now one might say, how is external debt coming in rupees? We have different measures for these external debt coming in rupee, like we have masala bonds of IFC. Okay, we have Maharaja bonds or another, even some banks can lend this in rupees. Okay, now one question, if you uh, take this external borrowing in Indian currency, who will sort of have the currency risk, or who will bear the currency risk? And hence, you will see that if you know the answer to this question, who bears the currency risk if external borrowing is in rupees, you will get to know that why borrowing in rupees is good for Indian economy from external. Secondly, external debt is also good because the interest rate outside India is very low. Okay, if you look at China's interest rate, China's interest rate are as low as 2 or 3%. If you are aware about the Japanese funding to the bullet train between Ahmedabad and Mumbai, it has given $1 billion loan at interest rate of 0.5%. Okay, when the domestic borrowing is available at 6-7%, getting such cheap loans from outside makes more sense, and more so if you get it in rupees, because you will not have to bear the cost of conversion here. Okay, so these are a few things important with respect to external debt profile of India. Remember, broadly around $750 billion corresponds to the India's foreign exchange reserve also. Majority 80% is in long term, and majority 54% is in dollar terms. Okay, these were a few things. Now moving ahead to financial markets. Before you go ahead with the financial market, you need to understand the basic difference between money market and capital market. Now, what is the basic difference between money market and capital market? Money market is short term, that is less than 1 year. Capital market is more than 1 year. Okay, here it is high liquidity, while here liquidity is not that high. Okay, now you also need to know a few sort of uh, instruments of money market, like treasury bills, which are less than 365 days, obviously, because it is a money market instrument. Commercial paper, certificate of deposit, repo operations. Okay, so all these are important. UPSC has asked questions on them. Similarly, capital market में stocks है, mutual funds है, bonds है, especially state development loans, or even government securities and exchange traded funds, ETFs. Now, one question here is that, are state governments allowed to give these treasury bills? Okay, type your answers in the comment box. Are state governments allowed to issue treasury bills? Correct. So state governments are not allowed to give treasury bills. Instead of these treasury bills, they have to rely on ways and means advance for short-term financing purposes. Okay, now broadly money market capital market का difference clear है. तो financial market देखने से पहले let us first look at the regulator of financial markets in India, that is SEBI. Okay, like before in money market we saw like in the money and banking wala aspect we saw RBI in detail, we need to do SEBI. Secondly, it is also in news because of the Securities Market Code Bill of 2025. Okay, now this bill tries is it is a code is nothing but amalgamation of different bills, right? So it is amalgamating or consolidating existing three laws, that is Securities Contract Regulation Act of 1956, SEBI Act of 1992, and Deposits Act of 1996. Okay, this code is being discussed, it has not been passed yet, keep that in mind. Okay, now what are the few changes that this code is proposing? Expansion of SEBI currently has 9 members. SEBI board has 9 members. It wants to expand it to 15. That is only thing that we that is relevant for us. Now a few initiatives by SEBI. First is Swagat FI framework. Swagat FI. So the name is Swagat FI is financial foreign investor. So what is the full form of Swagat here? Swagat is nothing but single window automatic and generalized access to trusted foreign investors. So like the name suggests, it is welcoming foreign investor. So it is a single window approval process for foreign investor, trusted foreign investor. Hence, it is reducing the compliance burden on foreign investors, which will increase in ease of investment, leading to more foreign investment. Okay, the second change that is in news is reclassification of REITs, that is real estate investment trust, as equity instruments. Earlier, they were equity instruments, then they were sort of changed to hybrid category, and now again brought back to equity instrument. The implication of this is that they can be easily traded again now, and secondly, with respect to taxation purposes, not necessary for us. If you are aware about the way mutual funds are taxed and equity stocks are taxed, you must be aware that in equity, if you are exiting in the short term, that is less than 1 year, you have to pay short term capital gains tax, that is of 20%, and in the long term you have to pay the tax of 12.5% long term capital gain tax. But for mutual funds and such hybrid investment schemes, what happens is that at the overall fund level, that is at the NAV level, you are taxed, not at the every churn of stock. Okay, if your mutual fund operator is buying a few stocks and selling it in 6 months and buying another stocks, that short term capital gains is not passed on to you. Okay, because they are established as trust, government gives an exemption for that taxation. Again, technical details not necessary for exam. Okay, I'm making it very clear. What is necessary for us is to know the basics, that is SEBI. We all know SEBI has a statutory status under the SEBI Act of 1992. Okay, but it was established in 1988. Okay, so for 4 years it was an executive body. Post 1992 it became a statutory body. Main function is to protect the interest of investors. Keep that in mind, to protect the interest of investor SEBI ka major function hai. And secondly, SEBI also runs investor protection fund. Okay, for the same purpose, it has taken various steps, especially the recent steps for regulating the financial influencers, जिसको हम influencers बोलते हैं. That is very much in news. You have seen many influencers, like there is a person by the name Avdut Sate who was fined for 600 crore rupees वगैरह. That is in news, so you should be aware about the term influencer. Secondly, because orange economy is in news, influencer is in news. Orange economy is creators economy, that is important. But SEBI basic core concept, established in 1988, given statutory status in 1992, main function is to protect the interest of investors. Okay, moving ahead, another topic is gift city. Now this has been news because it has launched the foreign currency settlement system at gift city Ahmedabad. Okay, what is this gift city? It is sort of a SEZ for financial services. The simple explanation of it is SEZ for financial services. Keep this in mind. That is, like in SEZ, whatever transactions are happening are considered to be other territory, not a part of India. So all the transactions happening in a gift city or will be considered as a non-resident zone for FEMA, and all of them will be calculated in international currencies and not in rupees. Okay, this gift city is being regulated by IFSCA. Okay, this IFSCA, International Financial Services Center Authority. Where is it located? Near Ahmedabad. Okay. Now, why is it in news? It has launched the foreign currency settlement system. Earlier, even today in India, forex trading is banned. Okay, forex trading is banned in India. You can do it only on the RBI website on a couple of currency pairs, US dollar, rupees, वगैरह. But because this gift city is sort of a SEZ for finances, it needs to provide services. They are allowing the forex trading here, and hence they want a settlement system. Earlier, you had to go through the banking system. Now they have their own settlement system. So all the currencies, foreign currency settlements will be done done locally in the gift city. Okay, that is nothing more important. Because it is a SEZ, obviously there will be some tax incentives. So there was a corporate tax holiday of 10 years and exemption from GST for newer units that are established in gift city. Okay, moving ahead, another topic is transition bond. Now, as the name suggests, transition is transitioning economy. So these are sort of green bonds, green debts, which transition from which help in transitioning from conventional to non-conventional energy sources. Okay, so this is important. Again, not necessary to go into detail, but just remember they have been classified as green debt securities by SEBI. Okay, again, it is a money on capital market instrument, hence regulated by SEBI. Important, another is Bombay Stock Exchange, BSE. Why it is in news? Because it is its 150th anniversary. Okay, so it was established in 1875. So 150 years, important for us. Majorly two famous exchanges in India, BSE and NSE. BSE is the only stock exchange in India that is listed. NSE is filing for its IPO. Okay, so that is BSE is the only stock exchange that is listed and established in 1875. Here, one thing to remember: which is the world's first stock exchange? World's first stock exchange is the Amsterdam Stock Exchange of 1602. Okay. So this Bombay Stock Exchange was established primarily by a famous cotton merchant, okay, Roy Chand, by the name of Roy Chand, and later on different banks वगैरह came in. This NSE was established by banks, okay, in 1992. Keep this in mind. Again, BSE gives what? BSE gives the Sensex. Sensex is based on top 30 companies, while NSE gives Nifty 50, which is top 50 companies. There is also something known as Sharia Index of BSE. It is an interesting concept. Just go ahead and read about it. Sharia Index of BSE. Okay, it used to give out a different index. Getting the point. Moving ahead. So today we'll start with external sector. Again, external sector is an important topic or theme on which UPSC has asked questions multiple times. So broadly, a overview of external sector, the data related to external sector, I have tried to sort of condense it in one infographic where you can get a rough estimate as to how India's external trade operates. Okay, so if you look at the merchandise export from India, it is around $400 billion, which is 1.8% of the global merchandise export. And with respect to merchandise import, it is around $700 billion, which is 2.8% of the global imports. Okay, so broadly you can see with respect to merchandise trade, India has a trade deficit. While with respect to services, you see service export is of around $380 billion, which is 4.3% of global exports, while the import is of around $200 billion. So there is a net surplus when it comes to service trade in India's external trade. So keep this in mind. With respect to merchandise trade, India has a deficit, while with respect to service trade, India has a surplus. Obviously, because India is known for its IT and IT enabled services, ITES and BPOs, business process outsourcing, leading to higher service exports from India. Now, with respect to the broader trade partners of India, you will see that US forms the biggest or largest trade partner of India. Second is China with $127 billion in trade. UAE is the third with $100 billion. Now, one might wonder, UAE is such a small country, yet $100 billion in trade. That is because majorly UAE is a shipment hub, right? You have the Jebel Ali free traded zone. So, majority of the Indian exports to UAE are again re-exported to other countries. Like for example, if you look at India-Pakistan trade is literally negligible, around $200 million. Yet a lot of India's products are sold in Pakistan through the route of UAE. Okay. Then the fourth largest trading partner is Russia. This number of $68 billion has increased recently because of the increasing uh, oil imports from Russia. And then Saudi is the fourth largest trading partner. If you look at the export destination, USA is the largest export destination, while China is the largest import ka source. Hence, you will see that the highest trade deficit is with China and highest trade surplus is with USA. Okay, broadly, these numbers important for us. You have seen UPSC ask a question on this with respect to India's imports, with respect to India's exports, and broadly the share in global trade. So if someone asks you what is India's overall share in global trade, it is around 2 to 3% of global trade. Okay. So moving ahead into the specific topics that are important for us for this year's prelims. The first topic is with respect to FDI. Now FDI is more or less every in news every year, but this time it is more so important because if you see, one major change in FDI is that the net FDI inflows in India has reduced by 96%. So the net FDI flow has come down to just $350 million. Now, what do you mean by net FDI? Net FDI. Net FDI is nothing but your FDI inflow minus outflow. While your FDI inflow has more or less remained the same. FDI inflow even for this year is around $81 billion, but the outflow has increased significantly. This significant increase in outflow has led to total minus 96% in the net FDI. So the net FDI has fallen down to around $353 million. Okay. And this increase in the outflow of FDI from India is majorly driven because of multiple reasons. The first major reason is that Indian companies are now starting to invest outside. Companies are now starting to sort of uh, build their base in other countries. So they are starting to invest in other countries, leading to outflow of investments from India. So the outflow has increased. Second reason is because of the depreciation of rupees. Foreign investors are not attracted to India, and those investors who were present earlier are booking their profits and going out. Thirdly, because of the global uncertainty, global wars, and energy uncertainty, you are seeing the foreign investment that is being parked into more secure assets like US Fed reserves, वगैरह. Okay, that is why the net outflow has increased significantly, leading to net FDI fall by 96%. Okay, to broadly around $353 million. But the gross FDI has been rising. Gross FDI has reached the number of $81 billion. If you look at the chart of gross FDI, you will see broadly it was around $71 billion for the last 2 years. It has increased by $10 billion to $81 billion. Okay. So this is the gross FDI, but net FDI has fallen a lot. Now, another reforms in FDI is that with respect to FDI in insurance sector, you have seen that government has recently increased the FDI in insurance sector from 74% to 100%. Okay, keep this in mind. Government has increased FDI in insurance sector to 100%. Earlier, it used to be 74%, and that too under the automatic route. Okay, now broadly the concept of FDI, I believe everybody would be aware the basic difference between FDI and FPI, right? The basic difference is that FDI is long term and stable, while if you look at FPI, it is short term, more volatile. Hence, you have a specific word used for FPI that is known as hot money. So FPI is also called hot money. Now, when is a particular investment considered to be FDI in a particular company? Whenever the investment in a particular company reaches more than 10%, it is counted as FDI. FDI means that the person investing or the institution investing in a particular company is coming here and staying for a longer period of time. They are investing not just in the company, but also bringing in new management practices, new technologies, and it leads to more employment generation, overall development. Hence, FDI is more preferable over FPI. Okay, and when the FPI or in foreign investment in a particular company goes more than 10% of the company's overall valuation, it is considered as FDI. Okay, this is the basic difference. Now there is another term, that is FII, foreign institutional investors. Foreign institutional investors can either be both FDI or FPI based on the nature of investment. Okay, so foreign institutional investor is a term that the basic meaning of this term is that they are large institutions, be it pension funds, be it sovereign wealth funds, who are investing in different countries. And majority of the times, these foreign institutional investors are here just to make profit from financial investments. So majority of the financial FII investment is in FPI and less in FDI. Okay, keep that in mind. So the basic difference between FDI, FPI and FII should be clear. Now FDI broadly is governed by the FEMA Act of 1999, and FDI policy is run sort of implemented by DPIIT, that is Department for Promotion of Internal and International Trade under Ministry of Commerce. FDI is not allowed in certain sectors, like FDI is not allowed in lotteries, FDI is not allowed in gambling, also in atomic energies, right? It is not allowed in chit funds, nidhi companies, vagara. And to everyone's surprise, it is also not allowed in real estate business. Hence, you will see very little foreign sort of real estate giants coming and investing in India. For example, there's a company by the name of WeWork. Okay, WeWork is a company that has recently gone bankrupt in USA, but it is a real estate company known for its co-working spaces. So what they do is lease a sort of a corporate office and sublease it to different companies who are in requirement of smaller workspaces. And this company in India also operates. Now FDI in India is not allowed. Then how does WeWork in India operate? It is that WeWork as a brand is owned by an Indian company for its India operations. There is a Bangalore-based real estate company which owns the brand WeWork in India. Hence, the brand is used in India. So FDI in real estate is not allowed. Hence, you will see that the Trump towers that are built in India in various cities are also sort of built by a joint venture or sort of a subsidiary company that is registered in India and not the direct Trump real estate company of USA. Okay, so FDI in real estate not allowed. Now, a few changes or trends with respect to FDI inflows in India. You will see that FDI inflow in manufacturing sector has dropped by 12%. So while the FDI gross FDI is increasing, you will see that the gross FDI that is increasing is majorly going to where? It is going to services sector, because services sector is relatively more competitive, has more competitive advantage in India, while manufacturing sector has various bottlenecks leading to drop in FDI in uh, these manufacturing sector. Second thing to keep in mind with respect to the inflow of FDI in India, you will see majority of this FDI is coming from tax havens. Okay, so if you are aware, Mauritius, Singapore, UAE, these are the tax havens and they are the highest source of FDI in India. So broadly, a lot of money that is being invested in India is either being tripped, or is the money that is being invested for treaty shopping. Okay, with respect to the states in which FDI is coming in, you will see Maharashtra, Karnataka, Telangana, and Andhra Pradesh. These four states account for more than 50% of India's FDI. So it shows that if there is economic growth, if there is chance for industries to invest in, automatically FDI will be attracted in that particular state. Hence, these four states, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, make up to 60% of India's FDI inflows, and the highest goes to Maharashtra. Okay, so broadly FDI ka basics are clear, and the difference of FDI, FPI, and FII that we discussed has been given here also. Remember the word hot money used for FPI because of its volatility, because of its short-term nature. Okay, next topic to cover is the US remittance tax. That was the bill that was passed. Now, what is USA doing? Suppose you are working in USA and sending some money back home, that is your remittance. Now, US will cut 3.5% of that money. So earlier, if you were sending 1 lakh rupees, now you will have to give uh, around 3.5% of it. So outward remittance will have a tax deduction at source. This is in short to increase the revenue of USA, to discourage outward flow of money from USA. Okay, and with respect to remittance, if you are aware, India is the high country that has highest remittance that comes to any country. Okay, India receives around $120 billion of remittance, to be exact, around $118 billion of remittance, and this $118 billion of remittance has been called as the invisible hand of Indian economy. The invisible hand of Indian economy by Shashi Tharoor. He calls it invisible hand because it is helping Indian economy a lot, because $120 billion per year is not a small amount. That too, uh, that is coming from the remittances. Okay, so with respect to the US law, there is 3.5% outward remittance tax. Again, this is not important for us, but the most important thing is with respect to remittance coming to India, overall around $120 billion. The highest comes from USA, which contributes to 27 or 28% of the remittance. So if you look at the countries that are sending from the remittance that are coming to India, the highest comes from USA, then from UAE, then from UK and Saudi Arabia, and then from Singapore. If you look at the top recipients, again Maharashtra is the top recipient, followed by Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Okay, so keep this in mind. Again, with respect to such law of outward remittance in India, so in India also there is some regulation with respect to outward remittance. That is, if you are working in India and sending money outside of India, there will be some tax collected at source, also known as TCS, tax collected at source, and it is governed by this liberalized remittance scheme, LRS. You must be aware, in LRS up to $250,000 per year can be sent outside of India for educational purpose, for health purpose, and under different categories the taxation rate or tax collected at source is different. Okay, details are not required, just remember that India also has such a rule of tax collection at source for outward remittance, and that is governed under the liberalized remittance scheme. This liberalized remittance scheme is governed by RBI. Okay, keep that in mind, it is under RBI. Moving ahead, the next topic in external sector is export promotion mission. Important because this is a mission launched for 2025 to 2030, 5-year mission with an outlay of around 25,000 crores. The core goal here is to promote exports from MSMEs, that to MSMEs that are owned by women, okay, that to MSMEs that are first time going to export things, and MSMEs in labor intensive sectors like leather, like textile, so that there is more employment generation. Now, in order to promote exports from MSME, you need to support a particular MSME. There will be two types of support. One would be financial support. So for this financial support, there is a sub scheme under export promotion mission by the name of Niryat Protsahan financial support. Under this, what is the government going to do? Under it, it will give sort of interest subvention of 2.75% and up to 85% coverage on collateral. Suppose you're a micro sort of enterprise and you need a loan of 1 crore, but the assets that you own is only of 15-20 lakhs, then obviously no bank will give you a loan of 1 crore. So, and if you want to export, you can take a loan from this Niryat Protsahan aspect of export promotion mission, where the central government will give you 85% collateral coverage or guarantee on your collateral and interest subvention of 2.75%. And then there is also non-financial support part of the scheme. Under this non-financial support part, again, government is sort of helping in recognizing the market assessment of market, quality certification, branding, logistics, and some trade intelligence that will help in easier exports and helping in promotion of export of these MSMEs. So remember, what the most important thing to keep in mind, this export promotion mission is specifically for MSME with the outlay of 25,000 crores for 5 years. Two sub schemes, Niryat Protsahan and Niryat Disha. Niryat Protsahan is financial aspect, Niryat Disha is a non-financial aspect that gives you direction towards export promotion. And lastly, it is being implemented by DGFT. DGFT is Director General of Foreign Trade, which is the apex trade body in India with respect to foreign trade. So whatever you read with respect to anti-dumping duty, countervailing duties, all these duties are implemented by this DGFT, Director General of Foreign Trade. So in civil services, there is a service by the name of Indian Trade Service. This DGFT, Director General of Foreign Trade, it is made up of these Indian Trade Service officers. Okay, looking after the export and external trade of India. Okay, so broadly, these were the important things under external sector. Now moving ahead to the next part, that is inflation, that is related to inflation, poverty, development, etc. The most important aspect to cover here, the first and most important is CPI. Why is it in news? Because there has been certain modification with respect to CPI. What is the most important modification? It is with respect to base year. This base year has been changed from 2012 to 2024. Okay. Now with base year change, obviously there will be certain changes in respect to the basket of goods, right? For which CPI is calculated. So in this basket of goods, if you look at the earlier series, foods and beverages had the highest weightage of around 46%. This weightage has come down now to around 36.75%. Okay, so remember this, food and beverage 36.75%. Yet even today, food and beverage has the highest weightage in consumer price index. Now because base year has changed, there has been modification. Obviously certain goods would be exempted and certain goods would be added, like older goods that were used in 2012 that are no more used today, like DVD players, VCRs, radios. Nobody buys them today. Then there is no point in calculating the inflation, no point in including them in the basket. So they have been dropped. And current consumption patterns like online streaming, your Netflix and all subscriptions, value added dairy products have been added to the basket to make it more inclusive. Okay, now with respect to this CPI, a few static topics to cover. I believe everybody knows different types of CPIs. So consumer price index, there are different types. Okay, CPI rural, CPI urban, and CPI combined. That is rural plus urban. This is given by whom? This is given by NSO under MOSPI. While if you look at CPI industrial workers and CPI agricultural laborers, this is given by Labor Bureau. Okay, keep this in mind. Another change with respect to, if you look at the change with respect to base years, one more basic economic, macroeconomic sort of data points, the base year has been changed. That is with respect to GDP. Earlier, again, GDP base year used to be 2011-12, right? Which was later changed to 2014. Now has been changed to 2022-23. This is also important to keep that in mind. Okay. Now, one question that I want to ask everyone is, within the calculation of GDP, there is an inflation indicator hidden. Which is the inflation indicator hidden within the GDP calculation? What is it called? Anyone? If you know the answer, type it in the comment box. So the inflation indicator hidden within the GDP calculation is GDP deflator. Okay. Now this GDP deflator is much more comprehensive than your CPI, your consumer price index, because it also looks at the consumption pattern, the change in consumption pattern. Yet we do not use this GDP deflator as the basis of our monetary policy, as the basis of our inflation targeting, because majorly the major reason is that GDP deflator comes with a lag. Okay, GDP deflator comes after like 2 years, 3 years of the data, while you need real time or data with very little lag in order to control inflation. Hence we use CPI combined for our headline inflation that we target under our monetary policy. The target for our monetary policy that has been given to the monetary policy committee is to target inflation within 4 plus minus 2%, and this 4 plus minus 2% is nothing but CPI combined. Okay, now with respect to this inflation, again there are two concepts. One is core inflation, another is headline inflation. Core inflation is nothing but when you reduce the price of highly volatile components like food and fuel are excluded. This leads to the core inflation. Okay, so but for monetary policy purposes we use the headline inflation. Keep this in mind. Okay, now another inflation indicator that is in news is PPI. PPI is your producer price index. Like the name suggests, producer price index, that means it is calculating the price that a producer pays. So obviously there will be two different types of producer prices index. One would be the input producer price index and other would be the output producer price index. Input may it calculates the cost of all the raw materials, correct? Cost of all the raw materials and goods and services that enter the production process. While in output, you measure the price of goods and services that leave the place of production. Okay, so it is calculated at the factory or the production place. Now this is in news because government is trying to switch from your wholesale price index to producer price index. Why is government thinking of shifting from wholesale price index to producer price index? Because the wholesale price index does not include services, while producer price index includes both goods plus services. Secondly, it wholesale price index does not take into consideration import exports, This takes into consideration imports, exports. So producer price index is more comprehensive and is the global sort of benchmark to follow. Hence, government is also trying to shift towards producer price index. And in order to shift from WPI to PPI, there has been a committee set up under Niti Aayog member Ramesh Chand. So remember, Ramesh Chand committee is for producer price index. Okay. I hope the concept is clear. Again, the difference between WPI, CPI, and PPI. Basic difference: WPI is B2B transactions or bulk transactions, while CPI, consumer price index, is at a retail level, and producer price index is at factory gate where the producer has to pay. It covers WPI covers only goods, while CPI and PPI cover both goods and services, right? WPI includes tax, CPI also includes tax, but PPI excludes taxes. So this is another advantage of PPI, that it excludes taxes. So this is showing the core of the core inflation, correct? The real picture of inflation, not the inflation that is caused by tax rise and anything. Hence, this is another good advantage of shifting towards PPI. Okay. So these are the broad difference between WPI, CPI, and PPI. Keep this in mind. Most important thing, Ramesh Chand committee and a Niti Aayog member, under his chairmanship, government has appointed this committee to study the shift from WPI to PPI. Okay. Then comes the topic of multidimensional poverty index. I believe everybody is aware who releases multidimensional poverty index. It is UNDP plus OPHI. OPHI is Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative. So it is calculating poverty in a multi-dimensional way. It is not just about financial or economic poverty, but also different aspects of poverty. Hence, it has broadly three dimensions, that is health, education, and standard of living. And under these three dimensions, there are 10 different indicators. Okay, so out of these 10 indicators, if you are deprived of more than 33% of indicators, that is, you are not having more than 3 indicators, you are considered as multidimensionally poor. Now, what are these 10 indicators? So, like I said, there are 3 dimensions: health, education, standard of living. Okay, broadly, these are the same dimensions for your human development report also. Keep this in mind. Under health, you see nutrition and child mortality. Okay, under education, you study years of schooling and school attendance. Under standard of living, you have 6 indicators like cooking fuel, sanitation, drinking water, electricity, housing, and assets. These are the 6 indicators. So out of these 10 indicators, if you have deprivation of more than 33.33%, that is one third deprivation, automatically you are considered as multidimensionally poor. With respect to India, if you see India's progress in this multidimensional poverty index, you will see that India has reduced the multidimensional poverty from around 55% to around 16% in 2019-20, and currently it is around 10 to 11% of population is multidimensionally poor. Okay, so it is a very great achievement for us. Now, in order to calculate this multidimensional poverty within India, we have Niti Aayog has come up with a national multidimensional poverty index, and it has these 10 indicators only, but it has added 2 more indicators. That is, in under health, it has added maternal health, and under standard of living, it has added access to bank account. Okay, so these are the 12 indicators of National Multidimensional Poverty Index of India. Keep that in mind. Okay, moving ahead, similar like multidimensional poverty index, there is Human Development Report. Okay, Human Development Report that I believe everybody is aware. Human Development Report given by UNDP. This year's Human Development Report had the theme of a matter of choice, people and possibilities in the age of AI. Remember this because age of AI hai, so these words, keywords are favorite of UPSC. UPSC can ask a question on this or give a statement that this was the theme of this year's Human Development Report. Again, if you look at India's rank has improved from 133 to 130. So 130 is India's rank in Human Development Report, and uh, India has seen historical rise in the life expectancy. India's life expectancy has increased to 72 years. Like I said, more or less, the three broad dimensions of Human Development Report or the Human Development Index are also same. So first is long and healthy life. Okay, long and healthy life. Second is knowledge. So in multidimensional poverty index, it was education, and third was standard of living. Here it is a decent standard of living only. Now under this there are different indicators. Under long and healthy life, it looks or studies the life expectancy at birth. Like I said, life expectancy at birth has increased to the historical high in India to 72 years of like life expectancy. Okay, then for knowledge, you have expected years of schooling and mean years of schooling. These are two indicators. And for standard of living, it calculates the gross national income per capita. Okay, these are broadly the four indicators under the three dimensions of Human Development Index. So keep this in mind. Multidimensional poverty index has three dimensions and 10 indicators, while Human Development Index has three dimensions and four indicators. Okay, and it broadly classifies country into four groups, that is low high HDI, medium HDI, high and very high. Okay, and the score ranges from 0 to 1. Broadly, this much is more than enough for us for the exam. Moving ahead, another report with respect to development is World Inequality report given by World Inequality Lab. Okay, it is studying the inequality in the world. It says that top 10% people in the world own 75% of the world wealth. So in the world, top 10% own 75% of wealth. With respect to India also, it says that in India, if you look at India's wealth inequality, top 1% own 40% of wealth. So you can imagine, top 1% own 40% of wealth. Okay, and top 10% own around 65% of national wealth. Okay, so keep this in mind. You can use it also in your mains answers. Now with respect to inequality, some concepts that we study in static. One is Kuznets curve. What is this Kuznets curve? It says that in any given economy, if you have to plot your yeah, inequality with development, you will see that, or growth, economic growth, you will see that inequality initially rises and later on reduces. So it is an inverted U shaped curve. Now this Kuznets curve has also inspired something known as environmental Kuznets curve, which says that with respect to the axis should be different, my bad. So if you plot growth and inequality, you will see that with growth, inequality first increases and then decreases. Okay, same, this Kuznets curve has inspired another sort of uh, indicator with respect to environment. It is the environmental Kuznets curve. It says that with growth, you will see pollution first rise. Okay, with growth, you will see that pollution first rises and then reduces. Why? Because as you start entering the developed country ka status, automatically there is more awareness and you have more environmental awareness leading to less pollution. Okay, this is the environmental Kuznets curve. Okay, so for us, Kuznets curve is important. This idea of Kuznets curve was challenged by an Indian economist, by an Indian economist in his famous book by that Indian economist is Montesquieu Ahluwalia. He says that this pattern of growth leading to first increased inequality and then a decreased inequality is not necessarily true. Okay, so keep this in mind. It was challenged by Montesquieu Ahluwalia. Next concept with respect to inequality that we read, or next graph or curve that we read is the Lorentz curve. Okay, Lorentz curve is nothing but when you have to plot the inequality. Okay, so if this is the richest person, poorest, this line of 45 degrees, okay, this line of 45 degree is the line of perfect equality. And if you plot the inequality of any country, it would look something like this. Okay, it would look something like this. This is your Lorentz curve that is plotting the real inequality or real equality in the society. Okay, now from this Lorentz curve, you can deduce a coefficient that is showing the inequality in a particular society, that is the Gini coefficient. So, if you consider this area as A and this area as B, your Gini coefficient is nothing but A upon A plus B. Okay, A upon A plus B will give you the Gini coefficient. So this value will be somewhere between 0 to 1. Okay, 0 showing the perfect equality, right? Perfect equality, why? Because if this is 0, that means the numerator should be 0. For numerator to be 0, obviously this line should be here only, right? The area between line of perfect equality and the plotted line should be 0. Okay, hence 0 shows perfect equality while 1 shows perfect inequality. 1 means on Gini coefficient, 1 means that only one person owns all of the property of a particular country. Okay, so the more closer the line to this line of perfect equality, there is more equality, and the more farther away from the line of perfect equality, there is more inequality. Okay, I hope this basic concept of Lorentz curve and Gini coefficient is clear based on the Lorentz curve. Okay, any doubts till now? Any doubts till now? So let us move on to the next part, that is agriculture. Again, from here we will be looking into the minor sectors of economy. Okay, till now we have seen the broader sort of monetary policy, fiscal policy, banking, external sector. Now we have to go into the minor sectors. Now, while doing these minor sectors, all the things that we will be discussing now will be more factual. There is very little concepts starting now. So we will try to revise them very fast so that you are aware about the most important current news and the factual parts and the parts that you should be focusing on while revising. So the first scheme under agriculture to read is the Pradhan Mantri Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana. This Pradhan Mantri Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, to understand easily, it is nothing but sort of aspirational district program for agriculture. Under aspirational district program, we have seen that the government has selected 100 different districts, okay, which are very poor with respect to health, education, and trying to work there. Similarly, with respect to agriculture, the government has recognized under this scheme, it is trying to recognize 100 districts. Okay, Pradhan Mantri Dhan Dhanya Yojana. Under that, there will be 100 district based on three criterias. What are the three criterias? First is your low productivity of agriculture. Second would be low crop intensity. And third would be low credit disbursement. Okay, so these are the broad three criterias under this Pradhan Mantri Dhan Dhanya Yojana to select 100 districts, and the government will try and focus on increasing productivity in these 100 districts. So it is a 6-year initiative under Ministry of Agriculture to enhance productivity in those 100 districts. Okay, now how much will is the government trying to enhance productivity? By 20 to 30% via modern technology. Okay, it is also planning to cut the post harvest loss by less than 5%. Currently, Indian agriculture loses around 90,000 crores annually for post-harvest loss. So, in order to reduce this, in these 100 districts, the government is trying to reduce the post-harvest loss to below 5%. Okay. And this scheme, like the earlier scheme that we had seen, it will also exist till 2030-31. Okay. And it is targeting majorly small and marginal farmers, and around it is expected to benefit around 1.7 crore small and marginal farmers. Okay, what are these small and marginal farmers? Who own less than 2 hectares. If you are aware about the statistic, around 86% of farmers in India are small and marginal. Okay, so trying to focus here and those in this 100 districts. Okay, so you can also see as it is given here, 100 district would be chosen, and in this, in order to sort of increase productivity vagera, they are not going to introduce any new schemes. What they are going to do is that they are going to ensure that the implementation of existing schemes is done in a right way, so that the productivity increases. Okay, and to observe this, there is sort of a monitoring mechanism. At the national level, you have the national steering committee. Okay, in the state level you have the state nodal committees, and at the district level you have the district dhanadhanya samitis, that is led by the district collector. So in those 100 districts you will have this district dhanadhanya samiti. Broadly, I hope it is clear, nothing technical. It is just sort of the easiest way to understand this. It is the aspirational districts program for agriculture. Okay, now this is not how the government describes it, it is my description for your easy understanding. Okay, moving ahead, the next scheme that we need to read is with respect to Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. Now, why is this scheme important? Because it has finished 5 years, and it has also achieved majority of the targets that it had set out for itself in 2021 when it was launched. So first, the basics of this scheme. Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana was to sort of encourage aquaculture, increase fish productivity in country, and it had two aspects, or sort of two components. One was the central sector component, where 100% funding would come from government, right? While there was also a central sponsored scheme. Under the central sponsored scheme, there were a few sub schemes like production enhancement scheme, infra and post harvest development scheme. Okay, so remember, this Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana had both the aspect of central sector scheme and centrally sponsored scheme. Okay, now it has more or less achieved all the targets. So what were a few targets? Firstly, it targeted to create 55 lakh jobs, and it was able to achieve 58 lakh jobs. Okay, secondly, it had targeted to sort of enhance the productivity to 3 to 5 3 to 5 tons per hectare. and they have increased it to 4.7 tons per hectare, right? And it had targeted to reduce the post harvest loss to less than 10%. It has come down to 10 to 15%. Okay, so this is the achievement under this Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. Why news? Because it has completed 5 years. Okay, and because of this, today India is the second largest fish producer. Keep this in mind. India has become second largest fish producer. With respect to fish production in India, is the saline water fishing or freshwater fishing more? Saline water fishing more or freshwater fishing more in India? If anyone is aware, you can type it in the comment box. Which is more, inland fishing or saline or seawater fishing? Correct. So freshwater fishing is more in India than saline water fishing. Okay. Another related thing to know, there is something known as a National Fisheries Development Board. National Fisheries Development Board under Ministry of Agriculture, and it is the principal nodal agency to implement this Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. Okay, so Matsya Sampada Yojana being implemented by National Fisheries Development Board. Next scheme that is in news is the modernization of command area development and water management. Okay, see, you have read this command area development program under Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. There were a couple of questions asked by UPSC on this Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, especially the integrated watershed development program. In 2015 and 2016, there were a couple of questions asked. So, firstly, look at the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. This Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana was made up of different schemes. So it has 4 sub schemes under it, or 4 components. First is the accelerated irrigation benefit program. Second is your integrated watershed development program. Then you have sort of for water efficiency, per drop more crop component. For water use efficiency, right? And you have the हर खेत को पानी. This is nothing but your command area development program. And the current news that we are studying is nothing but government is trying to bring in technology and modern science in this command area development project. So hence the name modernization of command area development and water management. Okay, so what is its goal? Its goal is to incorporate sort of micro irrigation technologies under this component and enhance water use efficiency. Okay, it is also trying to integrate technology like Internet of Things, okay, supervisory control and data acquisition to enhance the efficiency of this component under Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. So this is a part of Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, and this command area development program was a part of was started in 1974. Okay, this is just the modernized way which was brought under the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, and today we are trying to implement sort of modernize it. Now, one of the important things to remember here is with respect to mission for Atmanirbharta in pulses. Okay, so very important for us for this year's prelims. You also need to know the pulse production in India and the imports. Okay, so broadly, as the name suggests, government wants India to be self-sufficient in pulses. That means currently we are importing pulses. The target year is 2030-31. By 2030-31, we want to be self-sufficient in pulse production. Currently, if you look at the production of pulses, India produces around 25 million metric tons, right? And imports around 6 to 7 million metric tons. So broadly, our consumption is around 32 million metric tons. Hence, under this program, what is our aim? Our aim is to achieve the production of 35 million metric tons. Getting the point? Why this number 35 million metric tons? It is because our consumption is broadly around 32 million metric tons. Now, for this, government has given an outlay of around 11,400 crores, and the focus crops are tur or arhar, urad, and masoor. Okay, these are the three important pulses on which we are focusing on. And in order to promote this production of pulses under this mission, government is sort of ensuring 100% procurement of pulses, 100% procurement of pulses under the PM Asha scheme, 100% assured procurement, and to ensure that there is good production and good yield. It is also giving seed support, so it is going to distribute around 1.26 crore quintals of certified high yielding and climate resilient seeds. Okay, so keep this in mind. So our target is to achieve self-sufficiency by 2030-31, and in order to achieve that, we want a production of around 35 million metric tons. Currently, we produce 25 million metric tons and import around 7 million metric tons. Okay, keep that in mind. And then a few bodies with respect to this export of agricultural produce and the procurement, that is NAFED, National Agricultural Cooperatives Marketing Federation of India. It is sort of apex marketing cooperative body which is involved in MSP procurements. Also, there is National Cooperative Consumer Federation of India that is also going to procure pulses under this mission for Atmanirbharta in pulses in by 2030. Okay. Next is the Bharti initiative. If you look at the name Bharti initiative, the full form of Bharti is Bharat's Hub for Agri-tech Resilience, Advancement and Incubation for Export Enhancement. That means we are trying to focus on agri-tech startups. So what will the mission do? It will sort of help agricultural startups for enhancement in technology in order to enhance exports from India. Broadly, itna hi hai in this initiative. Do not go into unnecessary details of this. Okay, so it is launched to empower agri-food and agri-tech startups to accelerate their export journey and significantly boost agricultural export with an aim to achieve an ambitious target of 50 billion in agri-food exports by 2030. So broad target kya hai? Agri-food export ka $50 billion. And in order to achieve that, we also need agri-food and agri-tech startups. So this is the Bharti initiative is for that. Now, rather than this Bharti initiative, a static or a sort of a peripheral topic that is important for us, that is involved in agricultural exports, is the APEDA. APEDA, Agricultural Export, Agriculture and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, because it is Export Development Authority, that is a trade body. It comes under Ministry of Commerce and not under Ministry of Agriculture. Keep this in mind. It is a statutory body under APEDA Act, and its major function or the core function is for development and promotion of exports of scheduled agricultural and processed food products. Okay, so it works for export of agricultural as well as processed food. Okay, so statutory body under Ministry of Commerce. This much is more than enough for us. Moving ahead, it is the fertilizer sector. Important, very important. Why? Because of the ongoing US-Israel versus Iran conflict. Fertilizer prices have skyrocketed, and fertilizer sector is under very high trouble for India. Indian cabinet has recently approved increase in subsidy for the fertilizer sectors. Because of skyrocketing of prices. This skyrocketing of prices is majorly because of two reasons. Ek, so the raw material is imported from that area. If you look at potash, majority of the potash comes from Saudi Arabia and Middle East. And secondly, with respect to fertilizer production, especially urea production, gas is very much required, because majority of the fertilizer urea production plants are gas based production plants in India. And because of increasing prices of natural gas, fertilizer prices have also increased. A couple of days ago, there was a very beautiful editorial in Indian Express written by Dr. Ashok Gulati. Go through that, you will get to know how Indian fertilizer sector is sort of struggling because of the ongoing war. Broadly, if you look at Indian fertilizer sector, it is India is the second largest consumer and third largest producer. Yet you will see that despite being third largest producer, India is very much import dependent, especially for phosphate fertilizers, because India does not have the phosphatic raw material available in India. So it has to import majority of the raw material. Secondly, even for the nitrogen fertilizers, we are import dependent on raw materials as well as for your gas that is required for production. And as we all know, in India, fertilizer prices are very much subsidized. So if you look at current scenario, broadly, the prices before the war for ureas across the world was around $500 per ton. Okay, this price has jumped to around $700 per ton. Okay, while the retail price in India is as low as $70. Okay, this you can see that 90% of the cost of fertilizer is being subsidized by government. Hence, the subsidy bill of fertilizer is going to explode. Okay, currently the fertilizer subsidy is the second largest subsidy that government gives. Like we had discussed early in the earlier discussion, that if you look at the breakdown of subsidy, food is the largest subsidy. Second largest subsidy is your fertilizer. So government's second largest subsidy goes to your fertilizers, and it is around 2 lakh crores. Okay, remember this, it is around 2 lakh crores. And around 1% of your GDP. Okay, 1% of GDP is spent on fertilizer subsidy. Okay, now broadly, a few issues with respect to India's fertilizer sector is that very poor consumption, very poor or inefficient consumption. You have nitrogen heavy consumption, that is urea is consumed the highest. And hence, if you look at the NPK ratio in Indian agriculture, while the ideal ratio is 4:2:1, Indian agriculture has the ratio of 11:4:1. Okay, which is very bad, heavily dependent on nitrogen. Okay, moving ahead again, import dependence. 100% of your muriate of phosphate, that is the raw material for phosphatic fertilizers, 60% of DAP, that is diammonium phosphate, and 20% of urea is imported by India. Okay, so the war is going to affect India's fertilizer sector, hence important for us. Then the next news in agriculture that is important is with respect to a few rice varieties that have been developed recently and have gotten sort of approval. These rice varieties are not like genetically modified, in the sense that in these rice varieties there is no external gene that is being added. Because there is no external gene that is being added, the regulation of 1986 Environmental Protection Act do not apply here. In both these varieties, that is DRR Dhan 100 and Pusa DST Rice 1, what the scientists have done is that they have sort of changed or edited the original genome itself. They have not added any external genome under it or external gene in that particular crop. So if you look at this DRR Dhan 100, the Kamala variety, it is the improved variety of Samba Masuri. Okay, and where the gene GN1A, that is responsible for cytokinin oxidase, has been edited, which has led to increased productivity by around 20% and reduced maturity period. It has brought down the maturity period to 130 days. Okay, similarly with respect to the Pusa DST variety, you will see that they have edited the gene, and that has led to sort of severe coastal salinity and alkalinity ka resistance, okay, which will help this variety to be grown in the coastal areas. And the technology used there is CRISPR-Cas9, okay, and the SDN1, site direct nuclease 1, okay. In SDN2 you have introduction of external genes, but here there is no external genes introduced, hence the regulation under Environmental Protection Act do not apply here, okay. With respect to rice production, India is the largest producer and largest exporter of rice. This was a previous year question asked by UPSC 2019 prelims with respect to India's rice export. So India is the largest producer as well as largest exporter of rice. India accounts for around 30% of the global rice export, and because of this global rice export, India is also virtually the largest virtual water exporter, okay. And with respect to production, India produces around 150 million metric tons of rice. So keep that in mind. Another important statistics that were recently in news that are animal husbandry statistics, but the factual part is not important. Just remember that with respect to milk production, India ranks first. With respect to egg production, India ranks second. With respect to meat production, India ranks fourth. Okay, and rest all the details, state-wise details, minor details are not required. Yet I have tried to incorporate it in only one infographic that can help you revise it. Okay, so go through this infographic once. After this, one of the like another plant or crop that is in news is turmeric. Okay, turmeric is in news because of the National Turmeric Board that was established recently. National Turmeric Board that was sort of inaugurated in Nizamabad in Telangana. Now, if you look at the turmeric production in India, if you look at the map of India, you will realize that turmeric production in India is broadly concentrated in a particular zone. Okay, in the states of Maharashtra, in the states of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and Meghalaya. These are the zones of production of turmeric in India. Okay, and India is the largest producer of turmeric. Remember this: India is the largest producer of turmeric, and the ideal conditions for turmeric is around 20 to 30 degrees Celsius and 150 centimeters of rainfall. India is largest producer, exporter, and consumer of turmeric. India accounts to 70% of global production. Very important fact: 70% of global production. Okay, and 62% of global trade. Top state Telangana, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and also some parts in Meghalaya. Okay, and that is why you see this National Turmeric Board being established in Telangana. Getting the point why it has been established in Telangana? Because Telangana is one of the largest producers. Major export destinations are Bangladesh, UAE, USA, and some varieties of turmeric have GI tags. The recognized varieties are Sangli, Vaigaon from Maharashtra, Erode from Tamil Nadu, and Lakadong turmeric from Meghalaya. Keep this in mind. Majorly in news because of the National Turmeric Board and established in Nizamabad, Telangana. What is its target? It is target to create sort of coordinate with Spice Board and achieve the ambitious target of 1 billion in turmeric export by 2030. 1 billion in turmeric export by 2030. This is the broader target. Okay. India, largest producer, exporter, and consumer of turmeric. Next is the Cropic initiative. Again, name is complicated, but very simple purpose of this app. This is nothing but it is an app under Ministry of Agriculture, developed initiative of Ministry of Agriculture. What is the purpose? Under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, you need to know the crop yield, crop insurance, crop condition in order to recognize that they are going to use AI. So how will this work? The farmer has to click the picture of the crop 4 to 5 times at different stages of growth and upload it based on AI, based on the images and AI analysis. They will come up with the sort of average, what should be the average yield. If the yield is less than that, what was the causes and whether it is eligible for Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Now, this cropping initiative has been funded by the Fund for Innovation and Technology. This Fund for Innovation and Technology is a part of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana only. Okay, so news with respect to this Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, go through the details of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, the premiums of different crops, premiums for Rabi crop, premium for Kharif crop, premium for plantation crops, okay, or year long crops. What is the premium, what is the state share, what is the center share? Because a couple of years ago there was a certain change with respect to, or modification with respect to, this Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Moving ahead is this initiative of International Year for Women Farmers declared by UNGA and FAO. 2026 is the International Year for Women Farmers. तो उतना ही करंट अफेयर्स का न्यूज है. बेसिक स्टैटिस्टिक्स ऑफ with respect to India, if you see, the rural woman participation in agriculture has increased. So rural women engaged in agriculture has increased from 71% to 77% recently. Yet the female land ownership is just 8.3% of the total land ownership. Okay, keep that in mind. A few initiatives for women agriculture or women in agriculture are the Namo Drone Didi scheme, where 15,000 women-led SHG will be given around 80% subsidy to buy drones up to 10 lakhs that can help in agricultural activities like spraying of fertilizers, insecticides, वगैरह. And this is a part of the broader target of creating 2 crore Lakpati Didis in rural India. That is, they have the income of 1 lakh annually. Okay, so Namo Drone Didi is a scheme for women. With respect to Indian women in agriculture, there is a peculiar term, that is feminization of agriculture. Feminization of agriculture. This is majorly because there is significant increase in rural women in agriculture. That it is because of the male-centric migration from rural to urban areas, which leaves only females in the rural areas, leading to them being forced in working in the agricultural sector. Because Indian agriculture is very less remunerative, feminization of agriculture combined with ruralization of women is leading to something known as feminization of poverty in India. Feminization of poverty. Now, these are the keywords that you use in means. So just I'm trying to introduce you to these keywords so that it becomes easy for you to sort of incorporate them in your answers. Because of feminization of agriculture and ruralization of women and low remunerative nature of Indian agriculture, you see that feminization of agriculture is leading to feminization of poverty. That is, majority of the poor people in India are females. Okay. Another few government initiatives for women have been listed down. Just go through them. Okay. Then there is something known as Enact program. Enact is a program of World Food Program and Assam government. And the target of this program is to protect women from disproportionate climate impacts. Okay. So it is for protecting women from climate impacts. Keep that in mind. Project Enact, World Food Project, and Assam government. M.S. Swaminathan again in news because 100th birth anniversary this year, and also a biography of M.S. Swaminathan was released recently. The Man Who Fed India, written by P. Jay Kumar. Keep this in mind. A few contributions. He was the architect of Green Revolution. He was a MBBS medical doctor who sort of switched his field to agriculture after the Bengal famine, and along with Norman Borlaug, he sort of introduced few high yielding varieties and semi-dwarf wheat as well as rice varieties. Pusa Basmati is a very famous variety that he introduced. Secondly, he was very vocal about the remuneration that needs to be given to farmers. So the National Commission for Farmers, set up in 2004, suggested that the MSP should be decided as C2 plus 50%. Okay. While currently Indian government gives it on A2 plus FL plus 50%. Now I hope everybody knows these terms: A1, A2, A2 plus FL and C2 with respect to agricultural income. If you are not aware about it, just Google and read about them. It is very conceptual topic, a very conceptual thing that you should be aware about when you are reading about MSP and how is MSP calculated in India. Okay, moving ahead, again, there is this draft seed bill. Now this draft seed bill has been introduced multiple times, once in 2004, once in 2019, and also recently it is going to replace the 1966 act as well as seeds control order of 1983. Very comprehensive law. One loophole of current law is that mandatory registration of seeds is not required. Hence, in order to bypass the government regulation on seeds, what do many companies do is that they sort of just do not register the seed variety and sell it as true label, that is based on the uh, goodwill that the particular company has. They try to sell that under their brand name. Okay, so a few changes in the old law and the new draft law that are important. First, no mandatory registration for seeds was there. Here you have mandatory registration required. Correct. Secondly, with respect to other stakeholders in the seed ecosystem, be it seed businesses, seed developers, dealers, nurseries, all the seed businesses, there was no registration. But here for business, there is compulsory registration. Okay. Earlier, the quality control was low. Now, the quality control has been increased and there is very high quality control. How is this quality control being implemented? By minimum standards for every seeds. Okay. And secondly, there will be QR and digital trace of seeds. Okay, to ensure that the seeds that are being sold in the market are of good quality and are of the quality that is being promised. Okay, so major changes in this draft seed bill that you need to remember. Rest all you again, like any comprehensive law, obviously there will be some institutional mechanisms. Earlier there was no institutional mechanism. Now institutional mechanism has been introduced. There will be a central seed committee and there will be a state seed committee. Remember that. Okay, and for quality control, like we said, there will be a Indian minimum seed certification standard. Okay, so the comparison of both these laws has been given here. Go through this table once, you will get good clarity with respect to what was in the earlier law and what has been proposed in the new draft bill. Okay, now agriculture major topics are over. Okay, apart from this, if you want to cover anything for agriculture, a few themes that I have observed from my experience of UPSC is that MSP के crops, concept of MSP plus MSP crops are important. Now for these crops, you need to do it in two different ways, from geographical perspective and from economics perspective. From geographical perspective, you need, or agricultural perspective, what all you need to cover is you need to cover the climate condition, producing states. Okay, and from economic production, you need economic angle, you need to cover the production, you need to cover the import or export, and if there is any policy or scheme for a particular crop. Okay, so broadly cover this much, that would be more than enough. Okay, broadly the most important parts from agriculture ka current affairs, I have tried to cover it here. Basically, if you analyze the previous year questions of UPSC, you will realize that UPSC is focusing more on this aspect, that is MSP crops. Okay, and the government schemes that are in use. Okay, moving ahead to the next section of labor and employment. First thing to study is the periodic labor force survey. Periodic labor force survey is in news because there have been sort of changes in the methodology that this survey used to be conducted. What are the few major changes here? First is that now the survey will be held in calendar years. Earlier it used to be held in financial year wala calendar, April to March. Now it will be Jan to December. Secondly, it has increased the frequency of reports. Earlier you had rural ka unemployment or periodic labor survey for rural areas annually, and for urban areas it used to be quarterly plus annually. But in these new changes, you will have monthly plus quarterly reports for both rural and urban. So frequency of reports has been increased. Okay. So about this periodic labor force survey, it was introduced by in 2017, conducted by NSO. Now here you need to know a few basic concepts with respect to labor force. Firstly, what is labor force participation rate? Labor force participation rate is nothing but your working population or employed population plus those seeking work divided by population. So labor force participation rate is not just those who are employed, but also those who want employment. Okay. Then comes the workforce participation rate. Here it is nothing but your employed workers divided by population. And then you have the unemployment rate, right? Unemployment rate is nothing but your those people who are seeking work, that is unemployed divided by population. Okay. Now along with these changes, the recent periodic labor force data was also released. As per the recent data, the overall labor force participation rate is around 55%. The female labor force participation has increased to 33%. Keep that in mind. And broadly, if you look at the unemployment rate in rural areas is 4.4%, while in urban areas it is 6.2% for male, while it 9% for female. Okay, these are a few numbers to remember, and the changes that have been brought recently. Then you have different statuses. You have the usual status, current weekly status, and current daily status. Okay. So usual status is it tracks the activity of last whole year. Current weekly status, it tracks the activity of last 7 days, and current daily status tracks the activity of a person if he is engaged for more than 1 hour of work in the previous day. Okay. Moving ahead, one thing related to labors is the new labor code. Again, important because of the recent Noida protests also. Okay. Noida protest. So labor related laws, labor codes become important. Recently, they have been implemented in November. So labor codes are nothing but consolidation. The word code means nothing but consolidation of different acts. Okay, so total 29 different acts have been consolidated into four broad codes. What are these four broad codes? Four labor codes. One is on wages. Then you have organizational safety. Then you have social security. And the last one is the industrial relations. Relation code. Now in this, you need to know a few things. With respect to wages, one concept that has been introduced now is that with respect to the base wage. Okay, so central government will decide the base wage, while states will be able to decide the specific wage, and this specific wage cannot be lower than the base wage. Okay, so all across India there will be a base wage. States can decide the specific minimum wage that for a particular state, that will be either at the base rate or above that. Okay, then with respect to industrial, this is also known as floor rate. Okay, it has given also the statutory right to minimum wage. Keep that in mind. Then there is the code on industrial relation. Here you have a concept of sole negotiating union or negotiating council. What does this mean? See, if you have a company, okay, in a company there are three different labor unions, okay, worker unions, and all them have 30% of the labor force participating in them or members of them. Now when the company has to bring in some change, they cannot directly negotiate it with anyone and take the decision. So if there is no labor union with with more than 51% of laborers participating, then all those labor uh, unions will be brought together into a council. Okay, suppose there is different institute where there are two labor worker association. One has 70% of workers participating and other part has 30. Now here you have the concept of sole negotiating union. So whenever there is a labor union with more than 51% of participation, that will be considered for negotiation. If there is no labor union with more than 51%, then all the labor unions which have more than 20% of members workers in it will form a council. Okay. Secondly, with respect to layoffs and retrenchment, the prior government approval, there used you needed prior government approval for layoff and retrenchment. Now earlier it used to be for companies that have more than 100 workers. This has been increased to more than 300 workers. If a company goes for retrenchment or goes for retrenches a worker, that is removes a worker from the work, they have to pay 15 days wage to a reskilling fund, which will be used to skill that person. Okay. Then for strikes and lockout, it mandates 14-day prior notice. Then you have the code on social security. Here, for code on social security, one important thing is that gig and platform workers have been recognized. So gig workers and platform workers have been recognized, and all the platforms, aggregator platforms like Ola, Uber, Zomato, Swiggy, now they will have to contribute 1 to 2% of their annual turnover to the security fund, which in turn will provide social security for these workers involved in gig and platform work. And then you have the organizational safety wala code, which talks about fixed working hour. Okay, women in night shift, earlier women were banned from night shift. Now it allows women's participation in night shift of working also. Now important thing for us is different types of employment. You have had UPSC ask a question on fixed term employment. Remember, there was a question in 2020 or 21 prelims with respect to fixed term employment, and the statements were like fixed term employment, those people involved in fixed term employment get all the benefits of employee state insurance corporation. Okay. Then वगैरह. So you need to know the meaning of these terms. What is fixed term employment? What is gig worker? What is platform worker? What is contract labor? What is casual or unorganized worker? So go through this table, go through this box. It is very important. Okay. Moving ahead, next important mission that has been launched is with respect to national manufacturing mission. The target here is to increase manufacturing share to national GDP to 25% of GDP. Okay, what is the current share of manufacturing? It is around 16 to 17%. Now in doing this, the government will focus on 5 core pillars. First is ease and cost of doing business. Then future ready workforce, MSMEs पे work करेंगे. Technology adoption, that is integration of research development, AI, industry 4.0, and then it will also focus on quality of products. Okay, these are the 5 core pillars on which this policy has been built. And if you look at the key sectors where government is trying to push, is clean technology manufacturing, clean tech. Again, this clean tech is also a favorite theme of UPSC. If you analyze the recent year paper, green tech and clean tech, you are having multiple questions. being asked by UPSC with respect to fuel cell or different evolutions in clean technology. So clean technology manufacturing में push करना है under this national manufacturing mission, and also on footwear and leather industry. Why is this footwear and leather industry important? Because it is very labor intensive. Okay, so the overall target is to make manufacturing 25% of the GDP from current 16 to 17%. Okay, in order to achieve self-reliance, in order to create jobs, okay, and ensure there is global competitiveness. Because like we saw in the very beginning today, that the share of India in global merchandise export is just 1.8%. If we increase manufacturing, if we make our manufacturing sector more competitive, automatically we can increase this share from 1.8% to a higher percent, like China did starting from its 90s reforms, right? Next is the VBG Ramji Act. Now, this is nothing but a modified version of your Manrega. Okay, what are the key changes if you compare both? Viksit Bharat. Here, the employment that was guaranteed was of 100 days, right? Now it has increased to 125 days, correct? Here, there was no categorization of work in Manrega. Whatever work came up, they used to give under Manrega. But here, there are only 4 categories of work under which employment will be given. What are these 4 categories? First is with respect to water infrastructure. Okay, जैसे watershed development हुआ, rain harvesting वाले ये हो गए in the rural area. Then you have rural infrastructure. Then you have livelihood related works and climate resilience. Okay, so these are broadly 4 types of categories of work, and the work will be given in under them only. Then you have funding may changes. Earlier, if you look at the funding pattern, what was the funding pattern? Earlier, center used to give the wage, okay, while state used to give the unemployment allowance. What was this unemployment allowance? Unemployment allowance is nothing but if you apply for work under Manrega and you do not get the job, then you are paid this unemployment allowance. But now center has changed this. Center says that even in wages, states will participate. So 60-40 funding pattern, like central sponsored scheme, and for some states it is 90-10. Himalayan state, Northeast state, it is 90-10, and for UTs it is obviously 100% because UTs are nothing but central government only, right? And for unemployment allowance, state will pay. So state's skin in the game has increased. And lastly, in the earlier scheme there was no pause criteria, but here it has included a 60-day pause criteria. What does this 60-day pause mean? It is nothing but the state government can say that in a particular year, for this 60 days, you will not get any employment under this scheme, under this VBG Ramji scheme. Okay, that is because it can help in sort of planning out the work for the state government. Secondly, because the categories of work are decided and the demand for work will now come from the gram panchayat plan. Okay, so earlier, while the scheme had no funding like a pattern, that was normative funding. As the demand comes, funding used to go. So there was very little planning, so there was no certain trend with respect to funding. You saw fluctuations in funding of the scheme, but now there is a sort of bottom up planning structure, categorization of work, which will sort of bring in more structure to the funding, and it will also ensure that the fundings, the government can sort of predict the funding for upcoming years. Okay, so keep this in mind with the changes brought into this Viksit Bharat G Ramji, that is VB G Ramji Act of 2025, which replaces your Manrega. Next is the production links incentive schemes. Now we all know introduced in 2020. Okay, for 14 sectors. Earlier it was only for 3 sectors. For 14 sectors, and it is based on incentives from 4% to 6% on incremental sales. Okay, that is, if you sell more, automatically you will get more subsidy. Okay, what does incremental sale mean? That suppose you were selling 100 mobile phones earlier, and now you have increased it to 120 sales, 120 mobile phones. This is an incremental increase of 20. On this 20 sales, you will get a subsidy, that is production link incentive. Okay, so it is a sort of a modern and new way of giving incentives, so that there is no leakage of subsidies, there is no wastage of funds. Now, what has been this impact of this production linked incentives? You will see that because of production linked incentives, around 2 lakh crores of investment has come. It has generated around 18 lakh crores of incremental sales, and it has generated around 12 lakh direct jobs. Keep this in mind. Impact of production linked incentives. And 14 sort of sectors where this scheme is being implemented. I have tried to give all the 14 sectors, go through it. Like this production linked incentive scheme, you also have design linked incentive scheme. Design linked incentive scheme is for which specific sector? If you know, do comment down below. Design linked incentive scheme. Okay, now this production linked incentive scheme is also in news because of one reason, that is, it is being challenged in WTO. It is saying that this PLI scheme is against the WTO norms of subsidies. Okay, so it is being challenged. Keep that in mind. Okay, so moving ahead, another change that has been brought in this sector is with respect to definition of startup. Earlier, what was the definition of startup? Startup was defined as a company not older than 10 years and annual turnover of less than 100 crores. Now this has been increased to annual turnover of less than 200 crores. Keep this in mind. And there is a new category under startups, that is deep tech startups. Deep tech startups, for them, companies as old as 20 years are also included in the definition of startups. Further, this change has also brought in one change, that it is now recognizing cooperative startups as cooperative companies, cooperative societies as startups, so that you will normally see cooperative societies are majorly concentrated in primary sector, that is agriculture and rural sector, and recognizing them as startups will again further promote them. Hence, this change or this inclusion has been done. Major change is that the turnover limit has been increased from 100 up to 100 crores to up to 200 crores, and the age limit has been increased from 10 years to 20 years. But this is only for deep tech startups, and for these deep tech startups, the transaction or turnover limit is less than 300 crores. Keep this in mind. Okay, now moving ahead. Now another scheme, electronics component manufacturing scheme. Like the name suggests, it is for increasing India's presence in the global electronic exports. Okay, so launched in 2025, and the total outlay initially was supposed to be 22,000, 23,000 crores, but it was increased to 40,000 crores. So you can see how important the government is giving to this particular scheme. And the nodal agency is MeitY. Okay, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and the broader target is to establish India as a electronics manufacturing hub and achieve $500 billion of domestic electronics manufacturing by 2030-31. Okay, this is the broad target, $500 billion of domestic manufacturing. of electronics. Okay, so there are four broad segments. Segment A is sub-assembly, segment B is bare components, segment C is selected bare components, and segment D is for supply chains and capital equipments. Again, all the segment have different incentives. For segment A and B, that is as sub-assemblies and bare components, it is turnover linked incentives for 6 years. Okay, for segment D, that is for supply chains and capital equipment, it is capex linked subsidy, that is incentive, that is if you invest this much you will get this much incentive. And for segment C, that is selected bare components, it is a hybrid incentive structure. Again, details are not necessary. How is this incentive structure sort of framed? Only important thing for us is this electronic component manufacturing scheme under Ministry of Maiti. Okay, target is to achieve $500 billion of domestic electronic manufacturing by 2030-31, and the budgetary outlay initially was 23,000 crores, 22,900 crores has been increased to 40,000 crores. Okay, so moving ahead, another important scheme, PM Mitra scheme. Okay, Ministry of Textile. This scheme is trying to achieve the five F formula given by Prime Minister Modi. What was this 5F formula for textile sector? 5F is nothing but sort of focusing on whole of supply chain of the textile industry. 5F include farm, fiber, factory, fashion, foreign. That is from the farm production to the export of textiles. We need to focus on all of the aspects. Hence, this PM Mitra scheme is sort of a comprehensive scheme to sort of establish large scale world class integrated textile hubs, and these are so big that the minimum land required for such PM Mitra hub is 1000 acres. They will be sort of implemented in a PPP, public private partnership manner, and will be overseen by a special purpose vehicle with which has both central and state government ka equity. Now the funding pattern here is that for a new project, new park, the funding is up to 800 crores, while for a existing plant or the expansion of existing plant, it is up to 500 crores. Okay, and now as of now there are 7 Mitra park that are approved. 7 parks are approved. So one in Tamil Nadu, okay, Telangana, Gujarat, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and Maharashtra. These states have 7 approved Mitra parks. Keep that in mind. Funding pattern for greenfield projects, it is up to 800 crores, and for brownfield projects, it is up to 500 crores. Now, one thing you must have noticed that such schemes that are giving incentives and that are like making use of large parcels of land, at times you will see a lot of land is going to waste, and these projects start to fail. For example, the SEZ projects in India, SEZ projects have majority of them have failed because they are not self-sustainable, and hence in order to make this scheme, PM Mitra scheme, PM Mitra Park self-sustainable, what the government has done is that out of the total land you can keep aside 10% land for some different capital purposes, for capital generating or revenue generating purposes. Like in the 10% land you can build commercial buildings, you can build shops and rent them out and get some rent in order to run the whole park, run the whole special purpose vehicle. I hope it is clear. So the 10% of total park area is permitted to be used for commercial developments. Okay, after this manufacturing sector, we are moving on to the mining sector. Now in mining sector, this MMRD Act of 2015 important because it has been amended recently. It has been amended in 2025. What are the major changes brought under it? It has brought in new body by the name of National Mineral Exploration and Development Trust that will replace National Mineral Exploration Trust. So if you look at the name, earlier it used to be focusing only on exploration. Now it is not just focusing on exploration, but it is also focusing on development. Okay. So what will its function be? It will sort of help in promotion of exploration and development both within India as well as outside India. Okay. And the contribution, this trust is run by money from the contribution given by people who have leased out mines from government. And this contribution has also increased. Earlier they had to contribute 2% of their royalty. Now they have to give 3% to this trust, which will in turn promote mining and develop mining both within India and outside India. Okay. Second change that has been brought is that with respect to captive mines, if you are aware about the concept of captive mines are nothing but the mines that have been sort of linked to a particular project. If you have a, suppose you own a captive mine, so you are given the order that whatever you are producing should go to this particular project, be it a particular power point, be it a particular power plant or anything. So under this captive mines, what used to happen earlier is that if suppose this project requires 100 tons of coal, okay, and my mine is producing 130 tons, so am I going to waste the extra 30? No. Earlier what used to happen is that you had the liberty to sell off 50% of this. That is, you could sell off 15 tons in the open market. But now this 50% cap has been removed. And now if you have a captive mine and you have already provided all the requirement, end use requirement of that mine to the particular project that it is linked to, and whatever surplus you are able to sort of get from the mine, you can sell it all 100%. So earlier you could have sold only 15 tons. Now you can sell all the 30 tons. Okay. So these are a few changes brought in this MMRD Act. Now, with respect to mines in India, one thing uh, important for us is with respect to mines and mineral ka regulation. If I believe everybody is aware that mines in India are broadly classified into major and minor minerals, right? Now, how is the regulation of major and minor minerals done in India? Important because UPSC has asked question twice on this. Okay. So with respect to major mines, all the regulation is under central government. Okay. While minor mines are looked after by state government. With respect to major mines, the license is given by state. License is given by state, but important thing to remember here is that this license is based on rules and auction by center. Okay. While for minor projects, minor minerals, the license is given by state and all the rules are also set by a state. Okay. With respect to administration of mines and everything, the rules for major minerals are made by center, while for state government it is made by state only. For minor minerals it is made by state. So broadly you can see that major minerals are controlled by center while minor minerals are controlled by state. Okay, this was a static part that I wanted to explain here. Moving ahead, you have the district mineral foundation. Again, UPSC has asked a question on this also in prelims. What is this district mineral foundation? Is sort of a trust. Where is it established? It is established in mining districts. Okay. Under the again MMRD Act of 2015, what is the purpose of this district mineral foundation? District mineral foundation does nothing but it takes certain money from the people who are involved in mining, that is the leases, leasee, and from this money, the money that is sort of collected, it uses this money for the development of people living in that area. Okay, so what are the few facts to remember here? So if you are a mine owner in such district where a district mineral foundation is there, and if you own the mine after 2015, you have to give 10% of your royalty to that district mineral foundation. If your mine is owned before 2015, you have to give 30% of your royalty to the district mineral foundation. Now, with all such royalty amount, 10% of from each leasee, the district mineral foundation will have certain money. Out of these money, 70% should go for high priority sectors. What are these high priority sectors? These high priority sectors include
drinking water, healthcare, education, agriculture, skill and livelihood, and 30% can go for other sectors like physical infrastructure, irrigation, energy, etc. Second sort of condition on spending is that out of the total fund that is collected, 70% of the fund should strictly go to the mining affected areas. So, for example, this is the whole district, and out of these district, only two tehsils have some mines. And because of this mining here, there is a district mineral foundation being established in this district. It is collecting some money. Out of the money, 70% should go to the priority sector, and also it should be noted that 70% should go only to this mining affected areas, that is those two tehsils. Getting the point? So I hope the district mineral foundation is clear. Okay. Moving ahead, a few important sort of minerals that were in news. I have tried to incorporate some factual details about it. For example, coal. Okay, again, because of the US-Iran war, this all the energy resources are in news. Coal mein all the factual data is given under the title of current status in every particular mine. Like with respect to coal, if you look at the global reserves, US has the highest, Russia has the second highest, Australia has the third, China has fourth, and India has the fifth largest reserve. With respect to production and consumption, if you look at the coal production, China has the highest production as well as import, and India also has the second highest production and import. Okay, top states have also been given. With respect to use of coal in India, coal accounts to 55% of the total energy mix of India, and it contributes to 75% of electricity generation in India. Keep this in mind. So India even today has majority of the majority of the electricity production coming from coal only. Okay. And then you have a few reforms with respect to coal, a few schemes with respect to mining of coal. Go through it. Similarly, with respect to crude oil, again important because of the ongoing war. Ranking wise, if you look at the reserves, Venezuela has the highest reserve, Saudi has the second, Iran has the third. So if you see, US captured Venezuelan president, has its favorable government now. Saudi is already a good friend of USA. Iran was a not so good friend or a enemy of USA. That is why you see USA attacking Iran. All these reasons that Iran is developing nuclear weapons are just a fig leaf or the superficial reason. The underlying reason is crude oil. Okay. So reserve wise, Venezuela, Saudi, Iran, Canada, Iraq are the top five countries. Producer wise, USA is the largest producer, then Saudi, then Russia. Okay. With respect to exporters, Saudi is the largest exporter, second is Russia. With respect to importers, India is the second largest, third largest importer. China is the largest importer. USA is the second largest importer. So you can see how much USA is dependent on crude oil. It is the largest producer and the second largest importer. Okay. So, and India is the third largest importer. With respect to India, you will see that 85% of its crude oil is imported. India mein 85% is imported. Hence, India's import bill is very high. Secondly, because of the ongoing crisis and rise in the crude oil prices, if you see the global prices of crude oil has jumped from $60 a barrel to around $120 a barrel. You will see that this will affect Indian economy a lot. This will lead to something known as imported inflation. Okay, fuel imported inflation. And if you look at the import bill of India, it is around $137 billion every year. Okay. And currently, if you see the change in with respect to crude oil import by India, earlier it used to be more focused on importing from Middle East, but it is shifting from Middle East to Russia. Correct? Russia has emerged as the second largest source for India, which accounts to around 38%, 35% of India's imports. Okay, keep that in mind. And that is why Russian oil is helping India sort of cushion against all the ongoing crisis. Okay, like we saw in the beginning, Russia has turned out to be the fourth largest trading partner of India. That is because of this increase in Russian import of oil. Okay, so if you look at the top uh, suppliers to India today, Russia is the largest, Saudi is the second, Iraq is the third, UAE, and then USA. With respect to Iran, Iran at one time used to be uh, second largest supplier to India. Iran has dropped to 0%. Why has Iran dropped to 0%? Iran has dropped to 0% because of the sanction applied by USA. You must be aware, in IR, you must have read something known as CAATSA, Countering America's Adversary Through Sanctions Act. It applies sanctions to countries that are trading with Iran, Russia, and North Korea. Okay, because of all these sanctions, India had to drop oil imports from Iran. So Iran's oil imported from Iran has dropped to 0%, and in the same way, it has increased for Russia from around 2% to around 36% of the import basket. Now one might say that while CAATSA also applies to Russian imports, why is India apply importing from Russia? It is because India has gotten a waiver for Russian imports under CAATSA from USA. Okay. Secondly, India also opposes all such acts which imposes unilateral sanctions on its domestic policies on its trade, because it is against sovereignty. Nobody can come and dictate us as to what we need to do. So India does not sort of want to be dictated the terms. Okay. Moving ahead, another sort of resource that is in news a lot is your natural gas. If you look at natural gas, again, why in news? Because of the ongoing conflict and uh, the targeting of these gas producing companies, gas producing sort of sites. Okay, like if you look at the major attacks in Iran, you have the South Pars gas field, which was attacked. In retaliation, Iran attacked Qatar. Qatar is the world's largest LNG producer. Qatar produces 20% of world LNG. And with respect to India, Qatar is 40%. India imports 40% of LNG from Qatar. So once Israel attacked the South Pars gas field, Iran attacked Qatar. Qatar's which field? It was the Ras Laffan fields, owned by Ras Laffan city, owned by Qatar Energy, the company. Okay, so these are a few fields that are in news and very important for this year's prelims. Remember, with respect to reserves of natural gas, Russia has the highest, Iran has the second, and Qatar has the third largest. But if you look at the exporters, US is the largest exporter and Qatar is the second largest exporter, which exports around 20% of LNG of the world, and which accounts to 45% of India's imports, LNG import. Okay, that is why we are seeing lot many industries that are based on LNGs and gases are being shut down. Like there was a recent report on Morbi tiles industries crisis. Okay, like I said, fertilizer industries are struggling because of this Ras Laffan field being attacked, which has affected around 17% of the field, and it will take around 6 years to come back to the current production levels for Qatar. Okay, so with respect to India's facts for natural gas, India has a total domestic reserve of around 1094 billion cubic meters. Okay, it is dependent for import dependent for natural gas because domestic production only meets 50% of the demand, and Qatar is the top largest uh, sort of supplier to India. Like I said, 45% of India's LNG imports come from Qatar. Okay. Now, in order to increase gas ka share in the overall energy mix, India has come up with something known as gas based economy by 2030 vision. Okay, if you look at current gas ka share in the energy mix, it is around 6.2 to 6.7%, and the target is to increase it to 15% by 2030. Okay, 15% by 2030. Now this will be increased through various different projects like city gas project, city gas distribution project, right, and gas pipelines वगैरह. Okay, so you had a question on city gas distribution. UPSC asked a question in 2019, 2020, if I can recall correctly. Okay, so with respect to all this natural gas, petroleum, one favorite body of UPSC is the Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Body. There have been 3 questions on this body. If you are if you have not read it, just go through this box. It was established in 2006 under the Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board Act of 2006. Then what is its main purpose? It focuses on downstream activities, that is refining, processing, transportation, distribution, storage, marketing. So it is not concerned with the upstream activities like production, exploration, mining, वगैरह. Keep that in mind. And if there is any decision of this Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board that has to be challenged, you have to go to the Appellate Tribunal for Electricity. This was another statement given in the question asked by UPSC. In 2025 also you had this question on Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board. Okay, you had a question in 2019 as well. Then there is another policy, domestically manufactured iron and steel products policy of 2025. This is nothing but it is wanting to reduce the steel imports. So what it has done is that with respect to whichever government or PSU is wanting to acquire some steel products, if the acquisition or procurement is more than 5 lakhs, it should make sure that all the procurement is happening domestically. Okay, secondly, there is a restriction on global tenders, for less than 200 crores. If there is any tender for procurement of steel of less than 200 crores, you cannot go for global companies participating in those tender. You have to do it only for domestic industries. It will help in boosting domestic industry. Another clause in this is that if a country bans Indian companies from participating in trade or bidding of that particular country's steel sector, then that country will also be banned in India. That country's companies will also be banned in India. This is specifically to counter China, because if you are aware, China tries to dump steel in India at very low prices to affect steel sector in India. Hence, to ban Chinese companies participating in bidding for Indian projects, this has been brought in. Secondly, that is this reciprocal trade clause, and then there is also a domestic value addition requirement, which requires that for any capital goods investment, 50% of that should go for domestic value addition. Okay, keep that in mind. Related to this is the steel policy of 2017. Steel policy of 2017. The target here was to increase India's steel production to 300 million metric tons. If you look at the current production, it is around 100 million metric tons. And this way, India is the third largest producer. Okay, third largest producer of steel in the world. Currently, it is 100 million metric ton, while the steel policy wants it to go to 300 million metric tons. And also another target here is that it wants to increase the per capita consumption of steel from 60 kg per capita to 160 kg per capita. Okay, this is another target under this national steel policy. It is a related contemporary issue, so I tried to cover it. Okay, Moving ahead, it is with respect to uranium. Why is it important for us? Because you have seen thorium ke related questions twice asked by UPSC, and even more important is that the Kalpakam nuclear plant has achieved criticality recently. In the last 10 days, you have seen this. So uranium and nuclear energy in India is very important. So again, global profile reserve wise, Australia has the highest uh, reserves. Kazakhstan has the second highest, but producing and export wise, Kazakhstan has the highest production as well as export. It produces 40% of the world's supply. Okay, with respect to importers, France, China, US, South Korea, Japan are the major importers. If you see, India is not a major importer. Why is India not a major importer? Because the share of nuclear energy in India's energy mix is very little. Okay, if you look at nuclear energy installed capacity in India, it is around 7,500 megawatt. And this Kalpakam nuclear power plant alone is capable of 500 megawatts. Okay, 7,500, which is around 3% of electricity production of India. Okay, I hope it is clear. And related to this is this India's three-stage nuclear program. Three-stage nuclear program given by Dr. Homi Bhabha majorly to use India's thorium reserves. We have seen India has vast thorium reserves, especially in the coastal sands. Okay, in order to use that, we have this three-stage nuclear program, and the current Kalpakam is the second stage, that is fast breeder reactor. After this, we will go to the third stage where we can use thorium for nuclear production. Go through this table. Again, I will be covering the three-stage nuclear program in depth in science and tech class. Okay, and the operational nuclear plants in India: Tarapur in Maharashtra, Rawat Bhata in Rajasthan, Kudankulam in Tamil Nadu, Kalpakam in Tamil Nadu, Kakrapar in Gujarat, Narora in Uttar Pradesh, and Kaiga in Karnataka. These are the operational nuclear plants in India. Keep that in mind. Okay. Then moving ahead, there is another scheme, that is rare earth permanent magnet manufacturing scheme. What are these rare earth permanent magnets? They are nothing but sort of components of electrical vehicles vagera. If you look at this rare earth permanent magnets, China virtually dominates. Okay, China produces and exports 80% of them, and currently India imports 100%. 100% of this permanent rare earth permanent magnets are imported, which is around 900 tons per year. Now, in order to help domestic production, this scheme has been brought in. So it has an outlay of 7,000 crores. And what will it do? It will try to produce 6,000 metric tons per year. And these 6,000 metric tons capacity will be distributed across 5 manufacturers. Okay, so 5 manufacturers will be selected with a capacity of 1,200 metric tons per year, and they will be given these financial incentives. Okay, keep that in mind. Nothing more than that. Now, related to this is the rare earth corridors that was introduced in the budget 2026-27. What is this concept? It is for end-to-end rare earth ecosystem, and especially to help the scheme that we discussed ahead, that is the rare earth permanent magnet manufacturing scheme. Okay, what are the 4 rare earth sort of corridors? Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala. Very easy to remember. Easiest way is to imagine them on the map. If you look at the map of India, so the states are Odisha, Andhra, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. So this zone is your rare earth corridor. Okay, keep that in mind. Moving ahead, in the service sector, one thing that is important is the India AI Summit. Okay, India AI Summit recently held on Bharat Mandapam. Why is it important? Because there was something known as New Delhi Declaration. Okay, what did it say? It said that benefits of AI should be shared equitably across the globe. It gave a Manav framework. Manav stands for moral, accountable, national sovereignty, accessible, and valid. Okay, here one more important thing to keep in mind is that India joined the Pax Silica initiative. What is this Pax Silica initiative? It is an initiative of USA to ensure a resilient supply chain of semiconductors, critical minerals, etc. Okay, you must have heard or read about the critical minerals security partnership. Okay, MSP, minimal mineral security partnership. It is same like that Pax Silica initiative. Okay, so this AI summit was the fourth summit worldwide. Earlier you had this Bletchley summit in UK in 2023 that led to the Bletchley declaration, which was talking about responsible AI. Okay, then you had the Seoul summit, AI summit in 2024, which talked about AI safety institutions. And then you had the Paris summit in 2025, which talked about sort of sustainable and inclusive AI. Okay, these were the three earlier summits. So New Delhi India AI Impact Summit was the fourth summit. Now related to AI on the domestic side, you have the India AI mission, which has an outlay of around rupees 10,000 crores. What is its main function? It has to establish the whole ecosystem required for AI. So it will focus on 7 core pillars, that is compute capacity, foundational models, data set, application development, future skills, as well as startup financing and safe and trusted AI. These are the 7 pillars. And in order to do this, it is developing a network of more than 10,000 GPUs. Okay, and also building indigenous LLMs. Okay, large language models that are built within India, and there is a this is being done under the startup Sarvam. Okay, this startup Sarvam, again, this was also showcased in the India AI Summit. Keep that in mind, Sarvam. Okay, for AI. Indigenous LLM, you have already heard about Bhashini, right? So this is with respect to the AIs. Now infrastructure mein Indian Ports Act of 2025 important because it has replaced the 1908 Act, and it has given recognition to two bodies, that is Maritime State Development Council. It will chaired by the Union Minister, and it will prepare the national plan, and the state maritime boards that will look at the more of the regulation. Okay. Secondly, another change that it has brought is that whenever there is some dispute, you have to go to the state level committees, and the state level committee ka decision will be directly challenged in the High Court. So one thing to remember is that civil courts have been explicitly barred from the matters with respect to port disputes, and the disputes directly go to the state level committee. After state level committee, if you have to appeal, you have to appeal it in the High Court. Okay, there again we all know broadly two types of port: major ports and non-major ports. So the tariff is fixed by major port authority in major ports, and in the non-major port it is by the state maritime board that has been given recognition under the new act. Okay, so keep this in mind. And it also says that we need to follow the Marpol Convention. Marpol Convention is for what? It is for preservation of pollution from ships. Okay, and BWM Convention, that is basalt water management. Okay, so these are certain regulations, conventions that we need to follow. Another thing related to ports is the Vizhinjam International Deep Water Multi-Purpose Seaport. Okay, this is located where? It is in Kerala. Okay, so this is pronounced as Vizhinjam. Okay, and it is the India's first deep water greenfield project. Remember this, India's first deep water greenfield project, and it is to sort of establish a competition for Colombo. We have Colombo deep sea port in this sea lanes of communication. We need an alternative for that, and it has a natural depth of 18 to 20 meters. Okay, and hence it is being developed with a landlord model. What is this landlord port model? Here in the landlord port model, the port trust is owning the land while the private company looks after the day-to-day running of the port. Okay, the operator would look at the day-to-day running, and this Birmingham International Deep Sea Port has been given to Adani Ports, which is the operator for this port. Okay, keep that in mind. First deep water greenfield project. Then you have the National Road Safety Board. Again, this is not something that is established new. It was established under the 2019 amendment of Motor Vehicle Act and was notified in 2021. Why is it in news? It is in news because Supreme Court said that you just have this body on paper. You have not established it yet. So Supreme Court has taken cognizance. That is why it is in news. What is the function of this body? Its primary role is it is an advisory and regulatory body for vehicular traffic and road safety. So it will advise with respect to vehicle standard, licensing, registration, and infrastructure. Vagera. This much is enough. With respect to aviation safety, because there have been multiple incidents, you need to go through this. Institutions in India, you have the DGCA, Director General of Civil Aviation, which is a statutory body under Ministry of Civil Aviation. Okay, then you have the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, and then you have the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, again under Ministry of Civil Aviation. Now, one thing to remember here is that there is a Railway Safety Board. Okay, this Railway Safety Board is under which ministry? If you are aware, comment down below. Railway Safety Board is under which ministry? Anyone? So this Railway Safety Board is also under Ministry of Civil Aviation. Okay, keep this in mind. This is under Ministry of Civil Aviation. Why is it under Ministry of Civil Aviation? This has been kept under Ministry of Civil Aviation because its function is to investigate into rail accidents, vagera. And if it was under Railway Ministry, obviously there would be conflict of interest. Okay, hence to avoid this conflict of interest, it has been kept under Ministry of Civil Aviation. Okay, some international conventions are the Chicago Convention and ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization. It is a UN agency, and the Chicago Conventions, again read about it. Then Montreal Convention, it is for the carriage or carriage by air, majorly looking after the parcel and the carriage side of aircrafts. Okay, then you have the recent changes in pilot welfare and flight duty timeline. Okay, it has been brought by DGCA, and what are the few changes? It has increased the weekly rest period from 36 hours to 48 hours. Maximum flying time has been reduced from 10 hours to 8 hours, and this was a major cause for the Indigo crisis that happened recently. Okay, because Indigo is known for its faster sort of operational efficiency. They were operating on their maximum capacity. Okay, that is higher load on pilots, vagera. And with this change in the regulations, Indigo did not have enough pilots to implement them. That led to delays and cascading effect. Okay, few sort of measures for or technologies used in air safety, black box, vagera have been given. Go through it once. Again, you need to know the basics. Because of the Ahmedabad crash, then Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar's death in air crash, vagera. Air crash have been in news. Again, the Indigo fiasco. All them have brought the aviation sector under news. So you have also the Cape Town Convention. Cape Town Convention is also for aircraft. Now this is not more about aircraft security, but it is for companies that own aircraft. So if you are aware about how the aircraft industry is structured, majority of the aircraft that are run by these companies are on lease. Okay, and this Cape Town Convention talks about the rights of the owner of the aircraft. So the Boeing or Airbus which produce the aircraft, they own the aircraft, and these companies take them on lease. And it might happen that the company might go bankrupt and keep the aircraft with it and not pay the rent, vagera. So this Cape Town Convention ensures that the asset the right on the asset is of the owner, that is the owning company. So this was the Cape Town Convention. Again, why is it in news? Because you have the Protection of Interest in Aircraft Objects Act of 2025 to implement the Cape Town Convention domestically. So be it the aircrafts or aircraft engine or helicopters, you will see that if you are leasing them out, the owner of them or the creditor has the right. So the legislation ensures that creditor and financier can effectively enforce their right and repossess the assets at the event of an default. Okay, remember this. Next thing that is in news is the National Logistic Policy. That is a 2022 policy under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Remember, Ministry of Commerce, not Ministry of Road Transport. And what is its target? Its target is to reduce the logistic cost. So logistic cost in India is currently around 14%, while in USA, if you see, it is around 8%, and the global average is around 8 to 10%. So our target is to bring down the logistic cost from 14% to 8 to 10% and be in the top 25 of logistic performance index. Now, who gives this logistic performance index? It is given by World Bank. Okay, and in order to achieve this, again, it is not introducing anything new. It is trying to amalgamate different things. It is trying to prepare a unified dashboard, a unified platform where different schemes can coordinate and there is no duplication of effort and there is faster sort of implementation of the schemes. So you have this unified logistic interface platform, okay, which has more than 30 digital data sets being integrated in one place. Okay, some other initiative related to logistics is this Smile program. Smile program is of Government of India and Asian Development Bank, where India has taken a $350 million loan to sort of develop India's logistics sector, okay, to reform logistics sector of India. Okay, so with this, the economy current affairs is over. We will be doing the environment current affairs next week.